Hello, 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 chat. How's everyone doing? Also, because I know some people are already talking about it. No, this is not necessarily about how the localization butchered a bunch of Fire Emblem games. Rather, it's about how Fire Emblem itself kind of fucking sucks lately.
Look, a good Fire Emblem game, bad localization won't kill a good Fire Emblem game.
I don't know. Don't tempt them with a good time.
I mean, they've hurt some Fire Emblem games pretty bad. Like, Engage is painful in the localization department.
I think Engage was going to be painful whether you liked it or not, honestly.
Like, the fact that the first girl, her very first support with you in the English version is talking about trying to lick the sweat off your pits. It's like, okay, and then who the fuck wrote this?
Wait, localized?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while since I last thought about,
Engage?
But, yeah, it's been, dude, I hated Engage. Like, honestly, it was one of those games I just did not like. So,
my controversial take is I liked the gameplay.
As you should.
Honestly,
except for the reversing time shit.
I just like the concept of the rings and having all like those kind of cool powers, even though when it first got announced, everyone was like, it will never work. And I was like, it was pretty fun.
I just didn't like the overall... No. I just feel like it was one of those things where it just felt too gimmicky for my liking, honestly.
Okay, so chat, for people who do not know Fire Emblem, because a lot of people don't actually know the history of Fire Emblem, I have to explain Awakening for people, because Awakening is the beginning of the end for Fire Emblem as a series. Even if it was
Let me tell you, the fact that we are at a point now where we have to sit down and explain how Fire Emblem Awakening sort of made the series start collapsing really kind of hurts, seeing as like I was there like at the beginning.
Yeah.
I was there for this stuff.
So for people who do not know the story of Awakening or how it kind of ties in, Awakening was supposed to be the last Fire Emblem game. And the main antagonist of Awakening, the Fell Dragon Grima, is a metatextual boss. His entire purpose is supposed to symbolize the possible ending of the series, which is why he is from a different universe, and he is trying to destroy all universes with that Fire Emblem takes place in. Also, by the way, almost every Fire Emblem game takes place in a different universe typically they'll do 2 Fire Emblem games in a universe, and then they'll go to a new one, so they don't get tied down by any specific like lore.
I mean, for what it's worth, there's a lot of speculation for some of them. Like, I think some people have speculated that Blazing Blade and Binding Blade take place. It is an alternate universe, but the Beyond the Dragon Gate is Akenia.
But yeah, Grima was supposed to be a metatextual enemy, which is why he's so annoying that in the Shadows of Valentia remake, they brought back Grima to make an origin story for him. And then even worse is in Gage, Grima is the main, like, driving force of the story again. He was not supposed to exist outside of Awakening. He does not make sense outside of Awakening.
I gotta say, I'm still freaking just... It kills me! It freaking kills me! It's like, why do they keep shoving Grima and stuff? He was not an interesting antagonist!
Yeah. It's supposed to just be for the meta-narrative.
Okay, from a meta-narrative perspective, yeah, whatever, but, like, if you just look at him, like, as an antagonist, it's like, he shows up for, like, 30 chapters physically, and, like, other than that, he really is just big monster you gotta fight at the end.
Exactly. And now they just want to keep bringing him back as, like, a peak antagonist or some shit. It's like, no. Also, for people who have not played older Fire Emblem, Awakening was the first game where they started to try and force everybody to be friends with everybody. So for people who don't know, in Fire Emblem, if your characters fight side by side enough, they go up in, like, a hidden support rank, and then you can have them support each other, which will give you friendship dialogue between them. In past games, not every character could do this with every other character. And it made sense, because, like, if you have a character from one nation who is heavily racist to a character from another nation, chances that they're gonna be friends are slim to none.
Honestly, in my experience with the series, the chances that they're gonna be friends is absolutely 100% they're gonna be friends.
Yeah. And then, not only that, in the new games, every character can S support with every other character, which means they can either be married or considered the bestest of best friends. In past games, some characters could not get past... Some characters could become friends, but they couldn't get to that, like, coveted S rank. And they were intentionally locked out of it. Support ranks are just a way to explain away permadeath. The games still have permadeath, though.
Wait, what?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean there. Like, permadeath has always existed in the series, honestly.
It still does. You can just turn it off.
In my personal opinion...
Everyone turns it off by default.
Now, one
so
hot take that I do
exist.
have. One hot take I do have about permadeath. In a lot of recent Fire Emblem games, permadeath is a vestigial feature that they should probably just do away with at this point.
Yes. Because now the games they're actually expecting people to turn it.
You don't have enough characters.
Yeah, they're expecting you to turn it off. So now the game is balanced around not having it on. Which means if you actually do turn permadeath on and you try and play on the harder difficulties, it's effectively impossible. This was actually even true during Awakening. In Awakening, if you play on the hardest possible difficulty, it is a complete dice roll if you can complete the first chapter at all.
Okay, hold on.
You have to constantly reset it over and over again.
Yeah, the problem is that the biggest issue with Fire Emblem Awakening Lunatic Plus, which I have completed before, it was awful, and I don't want to do it again.
Yeah.
There's kind of no point in permadeath if you're going to have rewind time, because the whole point of rewind time is to undo a death.
Yeah, that was the worst part. I don't know why they did that.
You can theoretically run out of rewind. Honestly, all they wanted to do that for is just...
If you run out of rewind, you might as well just restart the mission.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Was Awakening on 3DS? Yes. Awakening was the first game on 3DS.
Fire Emblem game.
The game before it was Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn on the Wii, which, by the way,
technically numbered
almost
Fire
killed the
Emblem
series.
New Mystery of the Emblem on the Nintendo DS, and I will stress one thing here and there. Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn is hands down the best Fire Emblem game.
Oh no, I
just
love
ever.
Radiant Dawn.
I freaking love Radiant Dawn.
Radiant Dawn is so good. My only problem is I do not like how they play out Micaiah's chapter when you go back to her.
313 is still one of the best chapters in the series. I will fight you on that one.
My problem is when you go back to Micaiah's chapters, you're super underleveled and you will never catch back up unless you know that's coming, and then you can save your extra EXP.
At least on the so in my recent playthrough, honestly, I didn't really notice it too bad on personally. So long as you're aware of this fact, and I do admit, Beast, what's it called? I think it's called Beastbane. You need the Beastbane skill for you need to grab that in, I think it's chapter 6. I can't remember. It's a skill that lets you do bonus damage to Beast Tribe Lagos, and that's like the most important skill for this section of the game. Because otherwise you're gonna have a few more issues.
When people talk about Radiant Dawn, it seems to be a bankrolling game. Here's what happened with Radiant Dawn. The intelligent systems correctly assumed that Americans were retards. So every game until Radiant Dawn, the difficulties were incorrect in the American version. They made an easier difficulty specifically for the American copies in the game. Our normal was the Japanese easy. And our hard was the Japanese normal.
My personal favorite is that if you have an earlier copy of Radiant Dawn and you played Path of Radiance and did a file transfer, and you played on the easiest difficulty, it will crash the game if you try to use that file for file transfer.
Yeah. Radiant Dawn was the first game to use the Japanese difficulties, and you can see it in the first reviews for the game in America. Everybody was getting their shit pushed in because Americans are retarded.
And it's upsetting because, like, in my opinion, like, it's really funny because Radiant Dawn is a horribly unbalanced game in the favor of the player.
Yeah, because of the bonus XP. Like, even when you get sent back to Micaiah's chapter, if you know about that, you can dump bonus XP into her and she can dog walk the Black Knight.
I don't think there's ever a situation where she's able to actually fight the Black Knight.
No, you get attacked by it by him in the invisible chapter, where you have the Fog of War right when you first get back to Micaiah.
No, he joins your team in that one.
No, there's a chapter. That's a different chapter where they're trying to kidnap Micaiah, and then he shows up out of nowhere to join you.
Yeah, he shows up to help her, and in the chapter where Dane starts attacking the Laguz Alliance, he pops up at like the very end of the chapter. By this point in the chapter, you're basically done. You've killed enough enemies, and we're about to call it. And he just shows up randomly in a very tactically disadvantageous position for a unit with such a low movement stat.
I hate Laguz units, by the way.
Okay.
I acknowledge that Eagle Man is busted. However, I hate Laguz units.
I wish they were. Something about the distribution of them just felt awkward, I guess. Like, I wanted to use them, but I just couldn't find a good time because they either felt underpowered or overpowered, and there was no in between.
Yeah, if you get the actual leaders of the Laguz Alliance, they're busted.
Cheat units. Those guys exist exclusively to ensure that you can beat the game at the end.
Yeah.
Like you pull out, like you crack out Nyla. The only thing that could ever possibly kill her is like if the enemy had like 5 fire mages to throw at you, and that's it.
But chat, I was sent this video because people want to torture me, and they knew I was going to do this stream tonight. And these are 2 guys that are talking about Fire Emblem Engage, and I feel like we need to watch it because it is
this an official channel?
It's not like an official Nintendo channel now.
Nah, okay. I'm just like, this is like such. Their branding is so generic.
It's just their opinions are so on the nose for like what people who got in at Three Houses believe that I'm like, okay, yeah, this is definitely where the series is probably forever dead. Never going back. But can both of you see it, I think?
Okay, so actually a bit of an interesting one is that they're actually in Radiant Dawn there are some specific deaths for some characters.
Yes.
There's specific endings for some characters if other characters die. Not a ton, but there was like, I mean, when I say it, Radiant Dawn should have been the standard.
Thank you, C. Justice, for 20. Fire Emblem should have taken a page out of Langrisseer/Warsong with giving bad ending deaths at the very end to specific characters you let die multiple times, but still being able to use them the next chapter over. Maybe not.
Maybe, I don't know.
But do you guys see the stream?
Anyways,
I have it
I'm
on
sorry.
Discord.
I'm sorry. I'm glazing Radiant Dawn again. I can't help it.
I'm the biggest tourist here. Can I just acknowledge that before we continue?
Yes.
Your tourism has been acknowledged. Your execution has been scheduled.
I started at Fates.
Fates is unironically considered the best combat in the game.
Conquest is overrated. That is all I'm gonna say.
Fair.
I just like the music a lot.
I mean horribly overrated.
But here, we'll start with this video. I'm not watching the whole thing because it's an hour long. The Fire Emblem section is only the first 20 minutes, though. About where this, you can see it on YouTube, where this big spike happens, is about where it ends.
The Game Boy Advance games counted if characters died every time, if you reset the chapter. I wish that was a thing in the modern games, honestly.
But here we go.
Sorry.
Yeah. You want to talk about Fire Emblem?
Sure. I mean, it's not my type of game, so I haven't been playing it. So that's all. I've been playing another game that we'll talk about later.
Oh, is it Hi-Fi?
You want to give it away? Yes.
Sorry. I want to hear about it because I want to play it really badly, but I haven't had.
There'll be like a very small segment where they kind of get off topic with Hi-Fi, but they mix in Fire Emblem Engage. By the way, this is when Engage came out, so that's the one they're talking about. Also, I feel really old because apparently Engage came out 2 years ago. Time just flies.
Checks out, honestly. I thought it was more like 3 years ago, but...
I was going to say
I've seen all my friends in my Discord, my high school Discord, are gushing about it.
It's very, very cool.
Yeah, it looks really cool. Apparently, I know a lot. I'm skipping to it. I know a lot about it, but apparently the main guy, he has Nero's running animation from Devil May Cry. Like the game in general took a lot of inspiration. Yeah, it took a lot of inspiration from a lot of games. There's a lot of Easter eggs in there to other games too. Yeah. And I guess one is Nero's running animation, which
and just a lot of pop culture.
As a side note, I had no idea there were that many Switch games.
You know, you're not wrong.
They released a lot of small titles.
I mean, I guess I can only assume he's got like every little small title they've ever released.
Also, on the topic of what they were saying there, I'm gonna be honest. Like, when people say things like, you know, a bunch of Easter, I just don't feel like Fire Emblem's really a good Easter egg series.
Oh yeah, no.
Like, I think the series is honestly better when it's kind of it. That's the word.
It needs to take itself seriously, I think.
Yes, Fire Emblem's not really a series that I think is very good when it comes to being, you know.
Also, thank you for the 2 Archmagos. Love watching painting world eaters to this stream. I hope you enjoy your painting.
Stuff.
Yeah,
which we'll talk about.
Yeah.
But
let's get there.
There's also another game that came out that we'll be talking about.
Yeah. So Fire Emblem released on the 20th, and if you're a big fan, you might have a hard time sitting through the next 10 to 15 minutes.
I've been getting a lot of crap for saying stuff about it, just about how it looks, and we've talked on the podcast a bunch of times about how it looks like a mobile game, or it just doesn't feel as big as Three Houses, and a lot.
Yeah, so that's where this is going to come down to, is they're talking about Engage, and they think 3 houses is like peak Fire Emblem.
Now, listen, 3 houses, in my opinion, is better than pretty much everything that came before it, in my opinion. I mean, like, everything that came before it, like, post-Awakening world.
You mean just Fates?
Huh?
You mean just Fates? It's Awakening, Fates, and Shadow of Valentia.
Yes, Awakening, Fates, Shadows of Valentia. I personally preferred 3 houses. But that's mostly just because I feel like 3 houses kind of at least was vaguely competent, at least in certain regards.
3 houses is only vaguely competent if you only play Edelgard's route. Unironically, Fates did the multi-part story better.
I kind of wish they had less routes and they focused more on Edelgard's story.
They should have.
Because I kind of wish there was an after story for Edelgard's, because it kind of alludes that there was other things that were happening after that whole event, but they just kind of like roll it on the screen.
The most common problem with a lot of Fire Emblem games, I feel like, is because of the general size of them. Like, there's a lot of speculation that the Radiance games are supposed to be a trilogy. Freaking just not able to get all of the stuff in there.
I could see that.
It's really common in this series for there to be issues. This thing, Soltis has freaking level up quotes. Yeah, there's some implications there. You know?
That's the red girl, right? Yes, Edelgard is the red girl.
Honestly, I think the best system setup they probably could have gone for, honestly, is at most 2 routes if they were going to be doing anything.
They could have done Edelgard's route and then the church route if you decided to.
Yeah, because every other route's kind of redundant when you really sit down and think about it.
That's Edelgard chat. You've probably seen her before.
I'm a bitch route, and then I forget what his other name, the other retard's name is. The guy that basically is just pent up because he didn't get to be Rebel God.
I love Dimitri. I love my edgy boys.
He's not edgy though. He's just crazy.
He's just mad because he didn't get any Edel pussy.
Yeah.
Doesn't really help
this has been a debate among Fire Emblem fans for a long time, but ultimately you see it all the time as people say Edelgard did nothing wrong. And it's because in the other 2 Lords stories, they try and make it out like Edelgard is incorrect in some way. Like she's just some psychopath who wants to kill people. If you follow Edelgard's route, though, she is the only person that talks any sense at all. And the problem is...
no opinion in that. That's just a fact. She did nothing wrong.
And the problem with that is in Edelgard's route, she is the only route that really establishes the lore for how the world they're in works. So nobody else really establishes the lore particularly well except for her route. But then when you play everybody else's routes, they just try and force you to ignore everything we learned in Edelgard's route. Because at the end of the day, if everything we learned in Edelgard's route is true, they are objectively in the wrong for standing against her. And they can't have that, so they just pretend it doesn't happen in the other people's routes. They don't even mention the lore of the world. And it becomes very irritating to actually see anybody simp for anything other than Edelgard. Went for the golden deers for the meme route. I could sit and talk about how bad 3 houses is all day.
They kind of were. They were the route that everybody's kind of memeing on because nobody really cared about them.
Nobody likes Claude.
A lot of people disagree.
He was pretty underwhelming, honestly.
I don't know how you could disagree with that. One of the disagreements is that it is technically better, like it runs better.
Yeah,
but it doesn't look better. So why does that matter?
Aesthetically, I think Engage and 3 houses look pretty identical, honestly.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was talking about.
Like, I mean, it's like, okay, overall, like, when it comes to just pure, like, you know, how the game looks, how it runs, it's about the same.
I also like to note that he says, who cares if it runs better if it doesn't look better? I'm like, a lot of people would prefer their game just run normally instead of looking beautiful and running like shit.
For what it's worth, the problem is that if your game looks worse, but runs better, and it looks better and runs worse, I think runs worse is the one that people are going to typically make fun of your game over.
Fair.
Just look at the Pokemon series.
Yes.
But then again, that's the series that's been known for freaking
they look like shit and run
constantly.
like shit.
How do you make this run bad? You made Lumio City the same size as it was in the freaking 3DS games, and it still somehow can't run on the Switch.
Yeah.
I have a lot of thoughts about this just on the visual presentation alone, and I'm split many different ways on it. After comparing it to Three Houses and playing the new one, I have been playing it and looking at the visual styles, I get why people think it does look better and performs better. There's a couple things, mostly a lot of the battle animations are way more fluid. There's some really cool things like when you get attacked and you dodge the attack. In the last one, it was just like a step back animation. It was very custom standard, boilerplate, whatever. But in the new one, there's like some really fancy dodges specific to the characters and like the
Yeah, which has always been a thing in Fire Emblem.
Fire Emblem always improves the graphics at least slightly with every engine. I think the only time
That's what really
pure
upset people with
animation in the
Three
series-
Houses. The battle animations in Three Houses were fucking awful.
It's been a while since I last played their houses, honestly.
Everybody uses the same animations. Nobody has unique anything. Which, granted, in past games, a lot of times just the lords
everybody
did.
could use all the weapons, though. That was one of the main benefits.
Yeah, but that's why everything ended up looking so generic.
I think, so long as they sprinkle a couple of, like, in my opinion, everybody who used one of the crest weapons, they should have had a unique animation
Yeah.
with that specific class of weapon.
At least the lords should have had specific animations.
Like, I get that not everybody's gonna really have access to all of it, so it's fine, it's whatever.
the weapons that are coming your way, and then they flow back into an attack, so it makes the battles feel
you
more
said
grand.
dodges?
What do you think I said? Todgers?
Todgers, yeah. I think you just threw that in there.
Some really fancy Todgers.
Yep.
No, so a lot of the animations are great, and they have pumped in a lot more colors, and it looks more visually appealing.
Red and blue.
No. If
Nobody liked Colgate-chan. Literally
Dude,
nobody
it's
liked Colgate-chan.
one of the most over-designed characters, and the excuse they gave for that design honestly upsets me more than if they just said nothing.
Mm-hmm. Or just take the L and be like, yeah, you know what, you're right. It kind of looks a little garish.
if you look at the game side by side, Three Houses is very muted. It's very grayscale. It's a very dark, gritty feel, which I prefer, because this new feel, which is more poppy, it's more colorful, it looks like Genshin Impact. That's what's making it feel like a mobile game.
It looks... I mean, I've only seen like a little bit of actual gameplay, and it's just people talking, and the people talking is exactly like Genshin Impact. And I went.
That is every Fire Emblem game ever, including Three Houses.
It's dialogue, bro.
Dude, what do you expect? It's not. It's freaking. We're just sitting down. We're just having a chat. Why are you sitting down here?
This is the kind of people that were brought in with Three Houses, and this is their thoughts on like how Fire Emblem as a series is.
Dude, it's like,
and we're catering to them. Our series is fucking dead.
I remember Fire Emblem Room, where they just slap a couple of PNGs on the screen, maybe have a mouth moving animation on them if you're lucky in some of the later games.
Yep.
And that's what we call dialogue. We ate that up. Not even voice acted.
went back and looked at other Fire Emblem games to see, like, is this just how it is? No, they literally, like, saw Genshin Impact and was like, we could just make the guys talking like Genshin Impact, but charge $60 for it.
The dialogue is very,
I'm getting
very
triggered.
cringy.
What?
I'm getting triggered.
Oh yeah. No, we're not even close to the worst take they have.
I see these arguments all the time, especially when before even Three Houses came out, like when Fates was at its peak, everyone would say, "Oh, Fates has become more anime now." It's like, no, it's just it's just art. The art's gotten better, so it's just naturally just looking in line with what it was always going to be.
Okay, one thing that's generally given on that one. Oh, by the way, freaking despise, absolutely hate Awakening and Fates' character design.
Yeah.
But one thing that I did hear somebody say a long time ago, and this actually does work pretty well, Fire Emblem tends to follow what is current in anime as far as the general aesthetics of the games go.
Yeah, but I mean, it's always been anime. It's just followed the general trend.
It's what
anime.
kind of anime? Like you look at freaking Genealogy of the Holy War, dude. That is so of its time.
Well, here, because
have you seen those bangs on like half these characters?
I always simp for specifically Sacred Stones, and in Sacred Stones, this is Erica.
Yeah,
and that's her like canon design for Sacred Stones. So I get where
like
people are coming from.
Like at its time.
That it's more anime looking, but it still felt like it had a sort of unique look to it. Especially now with how they have
The reason why
looking.
they say that is because anime is now more mainstream in the West, so now they look at modern anime and then they look
she
at
looks like
current
this.
Fire Emblem.
I do not feel like it fits. I get what you're saying. I do not feel
for
it.
what
Though.
it's worth, it is an art style difference. But that's kind of every Fire Emblem has a different art style.
I know, but still.
It's all anime, it's just different style of anime.
Like,
And
that's
that
not a good part of Genshin Impact. Like, the people talking. Like, it was better in the other Fire Emblems when you just had a PNG and, like, the moving mouths and stuff.
Yeah, I
do not know where he's coming from with that. Because
I guess
realistically,
like,
there's no difference.
Yeah, like, realistically, it's just as stimulating.
Yeah, like, I don't...
But...
Are you mad because it's 3D instead of a 2D?
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. The portraits, I think, have more charm than the 3D models.
Agree.
But, like, as far as vibes go, I mean, I'm not going to sit down and say this sucks when I'm freaking reading dialogue in a... You know what really sucks? The voice acting.
Yes.
I don't really have strong opinions on one way or the other on that, but the dialogue in general I find way more cringier this time around. I don't know if I'm misremembering, but I've seen a lot of people online say,
so he's right on this, but he's probably right for the wrong reasons.
Wait, what did he say? Sorry.
He says he found the dialogue a lot more cringy this time around. He's right on that. He's probably right for the wrong reasons, though. Because the reason the dialogue is so cringy in Engage is whatever localization team they put on it fucking hated that game. I don't know what their issue with it was, but not like 90% of the characters in Engage have had their personalities changed completely from the Japanese version. In fact, I've mentioned it before. So Engage, your character starts meeting like a brother and sister duo who are obsessed with you. Your C rank support with the sister, the most basic bitch support before you even really get to know her, is her walking up to you while you're doing like push-ups or something, and she just starts talking about how the sweat glistens off your armpits.
Like one of the things that frustrates me the most about Three Houses writing is the fact that the absolute worst thing you can possibly do as a writer is make the freaking player self-insert a literal god who is worshipped by everyone on the continent.
Yes.
Oh my god! It's insufferable. Like, imagine if, like, freaking Morrowind, you walk up to anyone in that game and they're just like, and they just refer to you as Nerevar, and they're just all nice to you, and you get like no feeling for like how these people are normally.
Every single character in the game is the adoring fan.
Yes, everyone's the adoring fan, and I hate it.
Every single character, as soon as you meet them, is like, "Holy shit, you're so and so. You're so hot." And it's like, bro, we just met.
And the worst part is, it's not even like Virgil from Arcanum, who will occasionally just, be like, who will occasionally like drop the act and just kind of complain about things. They play it totally straight.
Yeah. It's painful. Engaged is probably some of the worst dialogue in the series, and it got. Not only did it get censored as well in the localization, because in Engage you can get married to Anna, who's been in basically every Fire Emblem game as long as they've had distinct characters. But in this game, she's a lot younger than she normally is, so they censored it in the English version, so you don't actually marry her. You like promise yourself to her in the future. And then somebody made a mod to fix that so it would reinstitute the original Japanese marriage version. And it got banned from every single modding website, including Lover's Lab.
Oh god. You freaking know that if the localizers could have, they would have aged up Anna.
Oh, 100%.
Like if they had the resources to do that, they would 100% do that. And I will always thank the developers at Intelligent Systems. I did not like Engage, but Loli Anna was something I needed in my life, and I didn't even know I needed.
And then they took it away. I said, "Fuck you! No more Loli Anna."
I'll be very sad when when she appears as an adult in the next game. Also, I'm gonna be honest, tired of seeing Anna and everything. I kind of like that she's more of an Easter egg character rather than just like this every single time. It's very overbearing, her appearance.
There you go, though, chat. There's the Anna dialogue. In Japanese, it was, "I'm still a child, so I may not be ready for these sort of things. Even if it's too soon for us to be lovers, we can still be partners, don't you think?" And then her max rank support is, "With you, I might just be the world's best traveling merchant. If we meet my family someday, let me introduce you as my significant other, okay?" And in English, it was changed to, "We made a good team, coming up with this product together. I'm really grateful. I got a memento of our great teamwork. Why shouldn't you?" And their marriage proposal one is, "This partnership is our ticket to fame and fortune and finding my family." It is so dumb.
Yeah.
Everybody was mad about the Anna shit thing.
Finish that thought. A lot of people online say that it's to ignore the. I hate saying this because I always get in trouble for saying ignore the story.
We're gonna get in a lot of trouble
They're
today.
kind of, I know they're saying like, don't worry about the story. It's very like typical anime weeby. You play it for the gameplay.
We're still talking about Engage, by the way. And I hate Engage's story, just so we're clear.
The word weeby.
I mean, in my personal opinion, story is actually very important to the Fire Emblem series.
Oh, it's extremely important.
Like, in my opinion, because these games get the story is like honestly at least 50% of the runtime.
Yes. It's just, it's so dumb. It's such a dumb comment. It's like, oh, ignore the story. Just, you play it for the gameplay.
Do not ever ignore the story.
Thank you, Artemis, for 2. Is Engage Girl MC using the Ruby design? Yeah, kinda. And Lord Kagai for 5. Didn't they make Anna like a Nurse Joy situation? Like she has a ton of sisters that all look the same? No, that's always been a thing with Anna.
Only in Fire Emblem. I believe it started in Fire Emblem Awakening.
Yes.
She was originally an Easter egg character who appeared in every Fire Emblem game from Fire Emblem 1, skipping Gaiden. Gaiden was the only one she didn't appear in. And then she typically showed up as an Easter egg, typically as the secret shop, the person who runs the secret shop.
Yeah. I don't think anybody has an issue with that, though. Like, with there being multiple Annas.
My main thing is just, like, I just feel like her being playable in, like, every single game. It makes her appearances less interesting, honestly, because alongside that, she also is, like, the same exact archetype every time.
Yeah, she's always, like, a thief or merchant type character.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it's funny at first, and then, like, you start realizing, oh, this is really as deep as it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, and she just kind of, you just meet her with a group of merchants now, in most games. There's like nothing special about her. It's just like, oh, here's Anna, she's in the merchant camp, and now she's coming with us.
Yeah, and it's somewhat tiring, you know.
Yeah.
It's like I kind of like in Fire Emblem, the Radiance games, Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn. She ran the tutorials. If you ever played those, which you should play the tutorials because they are.
Yeah.
They put a lot of effort in the tutorials in those games.
Which
significantly more than they should have.
Here's the thing I was about to say. A lot of people have said that this is a more traditional Fire Emblem. They've kind of gone back to the roots. It's similar to one of those 3DS Fire Emblems that I've never played. And apparently...
Yeah, so these guys have never played anything but Three Houses and Engage.
Which, in my personal opinion, maximum tourist. Every Fire Emblem game prior to Three Houses is extremely easy to play.
Yeah. I would say, too, that if you started Fire Emblem with Three Houses, hands down, absolute tourist. Because it is the only game in the entire series that plays like that.
Oh, 100% tourist.
I didn't realize this. Three Houses was a big deviation from the franchise and what the series had kind of built up until that point. Now, I thought at the time they were kind of expanding the format and becoming something new and becoming something different and adding in like all these different branching story paths and 3 different houses. And
anybody who says that Three Houses has an amazing branching story path is lying to themselves.
Dude, it's more one of those things where, like, they will throw out lore to you in every single route, and the events are totally different, even the things that honestly make no sense to be different. Why does Nemesis only appear in one route?
Yes. And the thing is, like, they've done branching routes before.
Like, I get that we can have only so many final bosses, but still...
In the very first Fire Emblem that was released in America, they did a branching route with Elfwood and Hector. And then they would do it again in Sacred Stones with Erica and Ephraim.
Honestly, I really didn't feel it when I played by Blazing Blade. Then again, it's been so long. Like, some of these games I haven't played for so long. Again, I'm hammering out the series. I decided to play the Radiance duology because glorious games. Also, Demio, I have one thing to say to that. Please just play the original Misty of the Emblem.
I always say start with Sacred Stones because it's my favorite.
It's good. I actually did. Somebody did recently come to me actually asking me to recommend them, like, you know, what Fire Emblem games are the best one to get into at the series. I honestly did put Sacred Stones on the list because I think Sacred Stones is an excellent entry point. Not so recent that it's going to be like kind of giving you a bit of a false impression of what most of the series is about, and not so early that
it feels weird to play. Because
it's either that or Blazing Blade. Binding Blade's too hard.
Sacred Stones was both one of the first, and at the time it came out, one of the only Fire Emblem games to have a world map system. Everywhere else was just next mission, next mission, next mission. Sacred Stones actually let you kind of grind levels a little bit.
I like that
to.
Sacred Stone. I like that Sacred Stones had a post game. That was a cool one.
It had a big post game. It had really hard dungeons with it, which
Creature
I like.
campaign was fun. I wish that more Fire Emblem games did it, honestly.
Yes. And the other big thing with Sacred Stones is it's one of the only games where the Fire Emblem is substantially different as an item. So you get like a chance to, you don't get like toned down by like, or like flashbanged by like, why is the Fire Emblem something different now in the middle of all the other games when it's been kind of consistent as to what it was?
Honestly, I find it kind of weird how Fire Emblem goes out of its way to throw the term in there in every game. Like, originally it was just a random shield that was in these guys' basement, you know?
Yep.
It opened chests, though, so it was pretty nice, but...
You have this hub world, this school that you roam about in, and it's an integral part of the gameplay, and there's a lot of, day and night going on dates and eating. And
okay, really quick question. What is the Fire Emblem, an actual in-game object? It is an actual in-game object. However, every 2 or 3 Fire Emblem games change the universe/timeline the game is in. So the Fire Emblem itself changes what it is. In the Sacred Stones game, the Sacred Stones themselves are referred to as like a collective Fire Emblem at one point.
Only the Sacred Stone of Grado was the Fire Emblem, because that's the one that had the Demon King soul in it.
Yes. In Awakening, the Fire Emblem is a collection of 5 gems, which will be put into Crom's shield by the end of the game.
No, Crom's shield was the Fire Emblem. It's the same Fire Emblem from the original Fire Emblem.
Yeah, but in that one, the 5 gemstones are, like, kind of out and about.
Yeah, but the 5 gemstones actually made an appearance in Mystery of the Emblem.
Yeah. The Triforce? I thought the Triforce was always the same thing, though.
The Triforce is the same thing in every game, yeah.
In Fire Emblem, they changed what it is.
The Crest of Flames, which is the one that Byleth has, that's the Fire Emblem. I think... Or was it Sothis' Crest Stone? I can't remember.
Yeah, potato.
Same difference, I guess.
It
doesn't matter. The point is,
yeah.
they are intrinsically bound to one another, and it's not really much they can use.
Yeah.
I'm going to stand by that.
And then, in Fates, it was Corn's Sword. In almost every game, it's something different.
The Yato is the worst thing to ever happen to Fates.
The only thing they've used multiple times across multiple different quote-unquote timelines was the Shield version. A lot of other games like to just kind of pick something different.
Wait, hold on. Fuck.
Tokyo Mirage Sessions, it was a song. We don't talk about Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
I would have played it if they uncensored it.
I did play it.
I would have bought it if they uncensored it.
I did play it. Personally, it's not a bad game. It's a horrendous Fire Emblem game.
Oh yeah, no. As far as like Fire Emblem games go,
it's a horrendous Shin Megami Tensei game as well.
That's something that I found. It was such a weird collab idea. Who on earth greenlit that?
It's supposed to be Shin Megami Tensei and Fire Emblem, which, by the way, chat, Tokyo Mirage Sessions in Japan was called Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem. They didn't have like a clever name for it. And it doesn't play like either game, because I think they forgot how to make a Shin Megami Tensei game, because it's just Persona.
It's so freaking weird. The existence of that game makes no sense. I don't even know what could have possibly happened down what would have made more sense for a collab if it has to be an Atlas IP?
Yeah.
Etrian Odyssey.
That could have been good, actually. I could see that working with Fire Emblem.
Yeah, Etrian Odyssey and Fire Emblem. I could have gotten behind that.
Fun fact, chat, also, a lot of people think Tokyo Mirage Sessions was censored by Nintendo. I, to this day, 100% believe Atlas censored it and lied about it.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
I think that was the beginning of the end for Atlas, as far as how their localization was going to be handled.
I'm so scared about Etrian Odyssey 6.
Good luck.
So it's probably never gonna happen, honestly.
True. You don't know.
If they freaking change the main artist for it, DOA.
Well, I mean, you never know. Because I thought we were never going to get another Code Vein, and now Code Vein 2 comes out in 6 days.
Wild.
And you have to spend your time wisely. A lot of the stuff I love from Persona, and I loved all of that. And it made getting to the battles I typically don't like strategic turn-based gameplay, but it made getting to those battles more rewarding because I knew all my characters. I've been dating half of them, so I didn't want any of them to die, obviously.
I just think that's dumb. Also, that kind of made me hate Three Houses because there was so much time in between the battles.
Yeah, honestly,
that was one thing that kind of kills me wanting to play that game again. Is just running around everywhere, because if you play those types of games like me, you feel like a completionist, so you feel like you have to go to every nook and cranny and collect everything.
Yeah,
and because there's so much shit just hiding everywhere, you spend like over an hour just looking for shit. It's just like, please, just stop.
There's a class in the game you can't get any other way other than like touching every nook and cranny during one of the months, and it's annoying as shit.
Wait, what?
To get Dancer.
Yeah, Dark Mage. What?
How did it get Dancer too?
That one wasn't too difficult. They at least give you a lot of,
It's just annoying.
Information leading up to it, so at least it does kind of work out in the end.
And what really doesn't make sense is all of that extra stuff they added made Three Houses the worst game in the entire series to replay, even though it's one of the only games you're supposed to replay multiple times.
Yeah. I do remember I spent a lot of time in that game, and I'll be honest, in my personal opinion, the part two monastery theme was just not very fitting.
Do you want to hear like my worst experience with Three Houses that has nothing to do with the game itself?
What's that?
So I physically own Three Houses on my Switch, but I was too lazy to dump my own ROM to like my PC. So I was like, I'll just download it from one of those websites.
No.
So I just downloaded Three Houses from one of those websites. A week later, my internet was shut off. And I got a letter in the mail saying that the Nintendo ninjas knew that I illegally downloaded it and they would be coming for me. I was like, I have the game. I had to go in to my ISP with a physical copy of the game and be like, look, I physically own the fucking thing.
Oh, it sucks. It sucks so much.
Like I was just too lazy to dump the ROM myself, but look, no, I physically own the game. And I had to pay like $20 to get my internet turned back on and promise not to do it again. So that was nice.
Yeah, you had to use the VPN.
Yeah, I still have it on my desk here, Fire Emblem Three Houses. And Fire Emblem Warriors.
I got the collector's edition, I'll be honest. I think the collector's edition, say whatever you want about Three Houses, the collector's edition case was sick.
The last collector's edition I got was Valkyria Chronicles 4.
I splurged for a lot of the Fire Emblem series, honestly.
I mean, I did too.
Dude, I bought the Fire Emblem Warriors Treasure Box edition.
So did
I have a problem. I have a serious problem. Dude, it was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah. I actually like Fire Emblem Warriors.
It had some sick... Dude, I loved the original Fire Emblem Warriors so much. I'm so sad that we never got another one.
Yeah, I mean, we got an update for it, DLC with the Three Houses.
Yeah, Three Houses Warriors doesn't count, though. Also, I don't think it featured all the other characters from the original Fire Emblem Warriors, so it's like, I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
I can't be made to care. Look, all I wanted was freaking Ike in a Warriors game. That's the part that really upset me.
He took him from you.
Dude, that was a part of the Fire Emblem Warriors thing that freaking gaslit me into thinking, oh, maybe Ike can happen. barely heard like a few of the notes from freaking Bearer of Hope, which is Ike's theme in Radiant Dawn, and I'm just over here like, oh man, maybe there's hope, and then never happened.
Oh, don't worry, chat. We have another video after this one. I have more torture.
That was my schizo. This is an hour long. Oh god.
We're not watching the full hour. We're got like 10 minutes.
All right.
This new one, Engage, has gone back to the core format of just talking, battle, talking, battle. And it's a nice split, but it is like a visual novel mixed in with a strategic turn-based game. And I there's no wiggle room, and I just don't care as much.
It seems like they've regressed a little bit. I mean, people who like this game seem to be more focused on the actual combat. But doesn't seem to be much else going on. Do you think it was developed by, like, in tandem? Like, do you think it's in development while Three Houses was in development? Is that possible?
No,
I don't know how their development cycles work.
Yeah, I don't.
They genuinely believe Engage is so bad compared to Three Houses that Engage was shovelware being made while Three Houses was in development.
Now, well, I will agree that honestly, they probably should have been working on a Three Houses sequel, like, immediately after if they were going to be doing it at all. Because I find the fact that we got one, like, announced now, it's just like, what the frick, man? You're too little too late. I really don't care anymore.
Yeah.
I really don't think Engage does not feel like it was developed in tandem with anything else.
I have no desire for Fortune's Weave. Fire Emblem is dead to me.
I might, like, it's one of those things where I might check it out, but I really have no clue, honestly.
Only Switch 2.
That's the thing. That's the thing that's stopping me. It's like that requires me to get a Switch 2, which I'm against. Fundamentally, I'm against getting a Switch 2 because, I don't want to support that. And buying Fortune's Weave, which I don't. And also, don't forget about the $20 season pass that is 100% going to be with it, because every Fire Emblem game since freaking Fates, actually since Awakening, has had a season pass.
Yep.
Every Fire Emblem game, without fail.
I don't really know the whole Fire Emblem get up.
Like, is it like a Pokemon Arceus thing where they did stuff to like progress like the game mechanics in Pokemon, and then the next game comes out and it's a step back again?
I am gonna have the hot take that Legends Arceus is not like anywhere near as good as people think it is.
Honestly, based on what I see of it, it looks kind of honestly. It's like, it's an abusive relationship. He's just being slightly nicer now, and now you just feel like you're on cloud 9 because he actually used an open palm this time.
Basically, yeah. I really don't think Legends Arceus is that good. Also, thank you, Lord Kagai, for 2. Engage was made to be an anniversary game. Yeah. It's supposed to be a big celebration of the series, and nobody liked.
I'll stand by. It should have been Fire Emblem Heroes, but a main series game. You just take a bunch of Fire Emblem characters from across the series, throw them into the game, and I think people would have loved it, honestly.
Yeah.
I think how they marketed Engage was just terrible, because they tried to make it sound like it was like its own like world story.
It doesn't
like it was meant to be
stand
taken
on
serious.
its own is the problem.
Yeah, it needed to be sold as like an anniversary present.
Like, if it's not going to be able to stand on its own, why are there so many original characters in this?
Yeah.
Like, all you had to do was just have freaking Marth and Ike do that thing from, what was it, Commando?
Pretty much.
They grab each other's hands or whatever, and all they had to do was that, and everybody would have loved it.
I don't think that's what's happened, but that is an interesting comparison. I mean, because essentially that is kind of what happened. Fire Emblem, if you want to look at it that way, Three Houses almost is the Arceus of the series, where not necessarily something that everyone's been asking for, but they did something that was a departure to the series, and I really loved it. And if you're a fan of it, or Arceus,
you really loved it because you've literally not played any other game. That's everybody that likes Three Houses. They're like, I don't like any other Fire Emblem game, but I really love Three Houses.
I hate a lot of these Nintendo channels because most of these Nintendo channels have played like surface level games, but they act like they've played everything.
Yeah. I mean, look at the fucking wall behind it.
Also, apparently, it was Predator.
Fair.
Oof. I'm sorry. It was Predator. Yeah, but dude, like it's the weirdest thing how like with Nintendo channels especially, they will not they can't get out of that echo chamber, it feels like half the time.
I think it's also because they get heavily sponsored by Nintendo and they kind of get their stamp of approval, so a lot of them are too cocked to actually say anything that isn't Nintendo approved.
Yeah. Also,
Houses is the hood we've started for Fire Emblem, yes.
Yes.
Jumping back into Violet and Scarlet or Engage is a little bit more like, oh, we're back to this again.
So do
which
you,
is fine.
Do you think that they
it's
just
fine.
didn't have time to implement that stuff, or they were already working on Engage for some reason?
I really don't know, because it has been a few years in Three Houses, so I don't think it's a time issue. There is a hub world in the game. It just doesn't seem like it's a crucial part of the game like the school was in Three Houses. It's something you can experience and you can utilize, but you don't really need to.
Yeah.
I prefer the Engage outdoor activities more than Three Houses because it was less tedious.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Like, they actually listen there and they're like, okay, we'll still make you run around like a retard, but we'll make it like 1/3 the amount.
1/3 the amount. It's a lot more compact. You don't have 20 loading zones.
Honestly, I think Radiant Dawn got the base camp right. Well, Path of Radiance as well, but you get
Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn.
I feel like if Three Houses had the same size as Engaged, game would have been tenfold better.
Yeah.
And get rid of the other two storylines, put all the focus into Edelgard's route and the church route, tenfold.
Yeah. And then you could decide whether Dimitri or Claude joined you based on like how nice you were to them, if you really want to keep the school route.
You could put some minor aspects into that storyline and be like, okay, if you're nice to, maybe you could be like really evil and be like, okay, you can only pick to save one.
Yeah.
Also playable Sothis.
Yes.
And let me bang her daughter.
I don't care if we have to. I don't care if we have to do some ungodly science project with Rhea to create a freaking homunculus or whatever for Sothis to possess. Doesn't matter.
Just let me tame the crazy church chick and let me bang her.
That it's almost like they put the element there kind of for people that liked it in Three Houses but just didn't flesh it out, which its core, the way it's built at its core really feels like they knew what they were doing as far as they were making another traditional Fire Emblem. I mean, even the story is very traditional. It's very linear. I don't believe there's different endings. I could be wrong. I mean, you can lose characters, which obviously has to affect some things, but for the most part, it's linear. There's not 3 different stories. There's only the one story.
And that's what's good. That's what Three Houses should have been. Even if you wanted to keep the quote-unquote branching paths of Three Houses, there is still supposed to be one consistent story. That's supposed to be the benefit of doing 3 different stories in the same universe, is that you get different perspectives on the same concept. Instead, Three Houses just gave up and said, we'll just do 3 completely separate stories and just fucking wing it.
Yeah, like that's kind of the thing. The problem is that also, dude, what are you talking about when it comes to branching paths? You have like 3.5 routes that you can go for in this game. Actually, it's probably closer to like 2.5, honestly.
Well, and you pick it right at the start too. Like you're kind of locked in.
Honest, the free routes
the only one that can potentially
identically
change is the Edelgard route.
Yeah,
that's the only one with the
time that
potential
changes at the end.
Exactly. Like it's
technically the church route is the same because it's just Edelgard's route with a split off point. So all 4 routes are pretty much all the same for the most part until the final part.
And even then, Silver Snow is just Claude's route, just with slightly less stuff to do on it.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's just a neutered version of Claude's route. That is all.
and I don't think you have too much to change at the end. So as far as on a grand scale of time and resources to make something, you would think this game took a lot less than Three Houses. Cause
Yeah, that's what I mean. Again, I'm just looking at it and I'm like, this is
Except Three Houses reused tons of animations and assets compared to Engage.
The number of times you will replay a map if you do a playthrough of Three Houses is genuine suffering.
Also, I'd have to look it up, see if I can find a picture of it. The actual combat plane in Engage looks so much better than Three Houses.
One thing I didn't like about Engage, though, was the fact that every unit had one less movement than they typically would have had.
Yes.
So, like, where average movement in one fireman would be like 5, Engage had 4.
Yeah.
I was reading one of your comments and they were saying 3 houses should have 4 stories and the 4 stories should be unlocked after the other 3. The reason why I disagree with that concept is because no one will care about any of the other routes.
Golden routes suck.
That.
Everybody complained. Yeah. Fates had a golden route. Nobody liked it.
That's why I don't really like as much as I forget the route for Fates. The emo family, as much as their maps were kind of really cool, the other 2 stories didn't matter because the 3rd route was the canon route, so no one gave a shit about them. It's just better to work on one consistent route.
Now listen here. All 3 routes are canon according to Fire Emblem Heroes because Fates is horrible.
Yeah. So, like, this is one of the best looking maps in Three Houses when they have to fight in the city. Like, with the most detail in the background. Best
I like the battalion system. I like the battalion system.
Yeah. But
just having little guys there was kind of fun.
Absolutely best they did. This was probably one of the worst looking maps in Engage, which was just like a couple buildings here and there. Still had like a lot more random little details going on and a lot more like stylistic choices.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot more added here, honestly.
So if you couldn't tell that Engage looked better, I think you're just kind of retarded. Like, even you could see the model of just some random ruffian character looks pretty good. People had unique looking weapons. They all looked nice. The animations were fantastic.
I forgot something I was going to say there. Lost it. Oh well. Oh, yeah. In my opinion, one of my big complaints about Fire Emblem games having multiple routes. Why can't we have choices that happen midway through the game?
Yeah.
Well, see, that's why I would rather there be, just Edelgard's route, and sure, you could do the church route, and then as you're doing Edelgard's route, you could choose to save either Claude or Dimitri. Like, make something, really impactful, because that would just, shatter people if you, become sentimental to both of them.
What are you talking about, by the way, Golden Route for Fates? Do you mean Revelations?
Yeah, Revelations.
Revelations is Conquest, Birthright, and Revelation.
Yeah, people consider Revelation to be the Golden Route because that's the one where everybody gets along, we all become best friends, and the world is saved.
Yeah, it's seen as the good route because, no one,
also, it's the only route in which the great evil that we all need to get rid of actually gets gotten rid of.
Well, I mentioned this when I was ranting about Fire Emblem last week. Every Fire Emblem game is split into 2 acts for the most part, with the first act being fighting an enemy nation of some sort, and the second act being the real villain revealing themselves. And it's typically a god or adjacent to a god to some degree.
I do admit, I don't necessarily mind, I always hear some people just being complaining about certain aspects of it, but I definitely would have liked if more Fire Emblems were a little bit less, I guess, big in scale in that regard.
Yeah, because they always have to end with you fighting God. Even the ultimate, I would have liked a Radiant Dawn more if the ultimate
ending is
it's because everybody in Radiant Dawn ends up getting along because they had to unite together to fight like a fucking goddess.
And invading CN would have been freaking cool.
Yeah.
They kind of wrote themselves into a corner, though. Also, the Black Knight reveal was trash.
Yes.
Like the fact that they did that they reveal it ahead of schedule, like way before the actual fight happens.
Yes.
Freaking kills all the momentum.
They also never really hint at it either, other than the fact that you can just assume that he's. Oh, why is this guy missing all the time?
Honestly, I think it's actually pretty well hinted at. You know, for example, there is mention, Benyon senators using warp powder is mentioned before they develop the rewarp stuff. There's a bunch of hints in there that kind of add to it.
A little bit, maybe.
Like I think it was a well executed thing. It was clearly the case from the very beginning, because in Path of Radiance, if you don't defeat the Black Knight, Zelgius actually shows up at the end.
Yes.
And if you do defeat him, he doesn't show up, which has some implications for what they may have originally been implying there, but
fair enough. But we've only got a couple more minutes on these guys.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
You got me talking about best game.
Well, that's why, and then to me, that's why it comes across like a mobile game, because the last game was gritty and dark and more visceral, I guess. This new one's really bright and poppy, like a mobile game visually, and there's no running around exploring. There is kind of, but it's hidden and you don't need to do it.
And it looks like Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
I hate when people say there's like running around and exploring in 3 houses.
There really wasn't. It's the same place every time.
Yeah, every map you have to run around the exact same fucking building, clicking on the exact same fucking corners, and hoping something changed this time.
Hey, you want to know what Engage had that 3 houses didn't?
What?
After every battle, you could explore the map afterwards.
Yeah. Which was kind of cool.
Oh my god, is it? I mean, I don't remember there really being anything to do there, but I guess
there wasn't, but it was cool.
Allies and what have you. But it's one of those things. Like, okay, I can get behind this sort of. I can get behind this sort of. It's a neat idea.
Well, I mean, because you show like in the combat that you've modeled the entire map. I mean, like go look at it. You may as
well at this point,
Yeah, like the whole map physically exists. It's not just a top-down thing.
Typically. No, I guess you can also bring up the question of whether or not... Oh, by the way, one thing I will never forgive Engage for. Engage butchered 313.
Yeah.
I don't know if most people don't get it. Real Fire Emblem fans get that one.
Shadows of Valentia had its own dungeon exploration. I actually kind of liked that about it. Even if it wasn't like the best.
Yeah, Shadows of Valentia, yeah. Which, I mean, it was okay. I was like that in the original Gaiden, though. It's just top down in that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at least Genshin Impact has running around and open world stuff.
I like Genshin Impact because that was more of a gameplay style that I'm interested in, though.
I mean, yeah, but this new Fire Emblem game, it doesn't really have the running around aspect of Genshin. It just has the talking heads and the battles, which could easily be a mobile game. It could be. Yeah. This game could easily be on mobile. So I don't, yeah.
To be fair, technically they both are because it's on the Switch.
I get why you're drawing that comparison. As far as the comparisons to Genshin, though, they are completely different games. Yeah. So I don't want to like...
They're going to play completely different, but the weirdest part is that the freaking cutscenes and the dialogue is like a direct like comparison to Genshin Impact, which is like the weirdest takeaway to take away.
These points that these guys are bringing up so far are just... They're terrible points because it feels like half of their points are just, why does Fire Emblem play like Fire Emblem?
It's because they started with 3 houses. 3 houses is Fire Emblem.
If you don't want to play the simulation RPG, why did you play the simulation RPG?
Chat, this is kind of what I talk about a lot when I complain about people, and this is like the perfect example of the 4chan post. No, I don't want them in my series because they like it for the wrong reasons. That everybody that got invested in Fire Emblem at 3 houses hates what Fire Emblem is. They think it's boring. They think it's dumb. They think it's like lazy. They want more Three Houses. And they're going to pander to them because they gave them a bunch of money. And I have no problem assuming that Intelligent Systems just sold their soul to that community. And we're never going to get another normal Fire Emblem again after Engage.
I would love to kidnap one of these guys, chain them up in the basement, and force them to complete a playthrough of XCOM UFO Defense. That man will be there until he is dead.
Well, the funny thing is, Engage tries to please that crowd, but it actually sold pretty poorly.
Yeah.
And I think one of the speculations why they're going back to Three Houses' story is because Three Houses, I think, was the best-selling Fire Emblem so far.
I think so, yeah.
It's either is very close or is the best. I'm pretty sure it's the best Fire Emblem sold game so far, which was why everyone was like, okay, it makes sense why they've just gone back to Fire Emblem Three Houses story, because they're hoping to build on that nostalgia. But as you said before, they really should have worked on that game as soon as Three Houses finished, because they take way too long to release a Fire Emblem game, and most people have forgotten about Three Houses.
I will say, because I think what attracted people, that crowd, to Three Houses was the whole, like, school element to it.
It's because it got sold as a Persona game.
Yes. And
yeah.
The other part is, and me and Shiroi mentioned it a minute ago, you spend way more time in the church than you do in battles, and the battles are substantially shorter. It's not as bad, but this was a complaint I had about another game called Digimon Survive, which I described as a visual novel that has like a tactical RPG minigame in between story segments. Because its battles were so short and so small scale that you would sit down for the tactical part of the game and you would spend maybe 5-10 minutes on it at max if you were really pushing it. And then you would be right back into like 30 minutes of visual novel. And that's how I feel about Three Houses, but to like a lesser extent a little bit. Is you're just doing visual novel shit for 30 minutes, and then you get like a 10-minute battle segment, and then it's right back to your visual novel shit. They don't want those battles. They want the battles to be shorter, easier, and less important.
Yeah, and that's honestly, in my opinion, the fact that Fire Emblem, like, because in my opinion, I find it funny when people complain about that people complain so much about Radiant Dawn being so difficult, because I'm going to be honest, Radiant Dawn's difficulty was peak. I mean, late game, yeah, the game's horribly unbalanced, but like, there's some points in the game where I'd be honest, dude, the game's fair. Like, it's not exactly easy, but it's not stupid difficulty where like you die because of something that honestly is really dumb. It's not like Fire Emblem Fates Conquest where every map has some crazy freaking map effect on it that's gonna end up destroying your team for some stupid reason.
Also, says someone in chat, Yokai says, Three Houses is the game that came after the hype build-up from the last game. It did not. Three Houses came out after Fates. Fates was hated.
Nobody, I'm gonna be honest, nobody other than like people who were genuinely interested in Fire Emblem cared about
after Shadows of Valentia, but Shadows of Valentia didn't sell well either.
Yeah, only real Fire Emblem fans actually played Shadows of Valentia. Like nobody who was just there for main series.
The fact that you said that makes me feel really loved, because I love Shadows of Valentia, even though it had its kinks.
Don't take it too seriously. I'm just saying the average tourist was not invested because they wouldn't have been interested in a game like Shadows of Valentia.
It went back to being harder.
It's an acquired taste.
Well, it's more of like a Shadows of Valentia in and of itself was a massive departure from the rest of the series.
Yeah, but it was still like...
It was Fire Emblem Gaiden is what it was. It was Fire Emblem Gaiden. And Fire Emblem Gaiden in and of itself was back during the days of Nintendo game comes out, has a sequel, and we don't know what we're doing with this.
Flyers break Three Houses. I will say this. I think the only Fire Emblem game to do flyers well was Sacred Stones. And it's because Sacred Stones tried to give flyers a healthy amount of fighting mages to do what they do, without making mages broken. Because in a lot of other Fire Emblem games, mages are busted. Shadows of Valentia especially, holy shit.
After playing Radiant Dawn, oh god, they absolutely decimated mages in Radiant Dawn.
Yes.
Dude, like, even Soren, who's, like, probably the best mage in the game, is just like, God.
Not to be a hater, but what's Fire Emblem about? Fire Emblem is always a two-part series. The first part is always two nations fighting with each other to some degree. The second part is finding out that one nation started the conflict because of a giant dragon. Almost every time giant dragon, by the way. Almost every time.
It's either that or literal god, typically.
Yeah, or a literal god. In Radiant Dawn, it was a goddess. Although I don't think she started it. I think they woke her up.
It was her. I don't really know. I don't know what her relationship with Sephiroth was, honestly. All I know is Sephiroth caused it. He was buddies with her. He got really sad, and he decided, I just want to end the world now.
And then in Sacred Stones, because they were forcing the creature campaign really hard during that one, the boss for that one is more of a demon. More of a traditional, like, demon-looking guy. Other than that, mostly dragons. Even Grima is a dragon.
So I looked up the sales for them, and Free Houses is the highest selling Fire Emblem game. Fates is the second highest, and Awakening is the third.
Yeah, I expect that.
Three Houses would have been. It makes sense that it would have been Three Houses to have the highest sales numbers, though, because of the fact that the Switch probably was more of an was one of the best-selling consoles of all time.
That, and I can see why Fates would be second, even though Fates had a lot of issues, because they were riding the high off of Awakening, which literally revived the series.
It was marketed so heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, alongside that, I don't really know. Like, some people are saying, like, Fates is the, yeah, because...
Fates is mechanically the most sound game in the series.
Because there were two versions. I'll have to replay Fates one of these days, but...
Fates is so mechanically sound that it actually got people playing the multiplayer combat part of Fire Emblem.
I'm gonna be honest. If you've ever played Fates multiplayer, it is horribly unbalanced when you add the DLC into the mix.
I mean, yeah.
Like, Bullistician alone decimates entire teams.
Yeah. I mean, it did that too during
Also, everyone can learn the warp skill.
Yeah.
Movement does not matter.
Everybody can learn any passive too, if you play multiplayer correctly.
Unless you're using the amiibo units.
Yeah.
I wish that they had access to all the classes on it. They should have had access to all the classes.
Oh, it's not all the classes. It's there's a hidden mechanic in multiplayer where if somebody fights an enemy with a certain passive, they have a percentage chance to learn the passive. So literally anybody can learn any passive.
I'm not familiar with that one. I'm gonna have to look it up, honestly.
It's a weird, like, niche mechanic. And it had people like...
Did play a fair bit of Fates multiplayer. It's kind of difficult. Look, in my opinion, loved Fates amiibo integration.
Yeah. Fates would be better if it was just Conquest. I think it has to be just Revelation.
Conquest is overrated.
People like Conquest because Conquest, out of the 3 versions, had the best maps.
Yeah,
I thought honestly, Conquest's maps are terrible. I really don't. I did not.
Have you played the Birthright maps?
Yes, I played the Birthright maps. I'd say in Conquest ain't much better.
I don't know. I like Conquest.
Is heavily reliant on really stupid mechanics to make the game artificially harder.
I think that's what made it good. Is they made you actually have to play with the mechanics instead of just saying you can ignore them.
Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit down and sing Birthright's praises, or even Revelations for that matter. I just think Conquest is overrated, and yeah, that's all.
I also just don't know why the blonde-haired Wyvern Rider girl gets fucked in like every route. Even in Revelation, they kill her, and it's like,
And
I don't
not-
understand why
and
we have to
not-
do this.
And not in the way you are thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently, like, it's really fun. My favorite part is how, like, in Conquest, like, the description, they just describe it as, like, you really, man, it's horrible what they did to her. I can't believe they did that to her. Oh, God.
Yeah, like, they go all on about how, like, they ruined her before they killed her, and it's like, why?
We're just like, oh, God, like, what, like,
Somebody
man,
on
they just
staff did not
endowed
like
her
that
out there.
fucking girl.
Horrible.
Yeah, somebody writing the story really did not like her. I don't know why. I mean, even in Revelation, she gets killed randomly for no reason.
From
Shadows
such
of
a popular
Valentia.
game like Genshin Impact.
I thought Echoes was Shadows of Valentia.
Yeah, that is Shadows of Valentia.
Yeah,
it is.
Fire Emblem Echoes is another name for Shadows of Valentia, which is a remake of an older Fire Emblem game.
Specifically Fire Emblem 2, Fire Emblem Gaiden. It was very weird and very different, and it was them experimenting with some different mechanics, trying to make it a bit more like a traditional RPG, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Also, both of the Marth games got remade, except they look horrendous.
Dude, in my personal opinion, it's like I said earlier, play Mystery the Emblem.
Yeah.
Play the original Mystery the Emblem. That game has more interesting mechanics in it. It's not well balanced, but neither were the remakes or whatever.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's also, it's just, it's weird. It's really fast paced too. Like the way they've set it up, Three Houses is very slow and methodical. You know, in the first hour of the game, you choose your house and you start picking your characters and building your team. In this game, you wake up from 1,000-year slumber. You get told that there are these
also-
bad guys trying to...
Yep.
My recollection with Three Houses. You do not pick your team. You are assigned your team based on which house you choose.
Well, I mean, and then you can go around making friends with everybody to recruit them.
Yeah, sure. But let's be honest. If you're like me, who doesn't really care too much, you're probably just gonna stick with the team there, and maybe you'll pick up like one or two people. But like realistically, you can already deploy pretty much everybody regardless.
Echoes was technically supposed to be a Fire Emblem subgenre for remaking older games, but I guess Valentia didn't sell well enough to continue. So what happened? A lot of people don't know this. The first remake they ever did was called Shadow Dragon, and it was a Marth game. I want to find you guys a picture for those of you who haven't seen it. It looks fucking awful.
Honestly, the art style didn't really hit with me. The art style wasn't really all that good in general, but alongside that, the battle animations were.
So, this is what Shadow Dragon looks like.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. You should have gone with sprite. It's like they actually got the worst of both worlds, where it's like you don't really have flashy GBA style animations.
I would like to point out for people that the next game, I don't think it was the next one technically, but the next time they would release a game that would get popular after this, it would be Awakening. And people said Awakening looked comically bad, which I think they're just smoking crack. I think Awakening looks really good.
It's like, I'm not really a fan of Awakening's overall aesthetic, but it's like, it's a 3DS game. They're making it in 3D. It's like, okay, this by itself is already there.
So you got to give them
beat
props.
Is always brought up, and it's like,
you got to give them a little
whatever.
props, because on the DS, they went from this to this.
Keep in mind, 3DS had a lot more power to work with. The 3DS, unironically, was a good system.
But Shadow Dragon, possibly because looks like shit, sold horrendously. Nobody played it. Nobody liked it. I played it. I liked the story, but I didn't really like how it looked. I thought it looked terrible.
It's like I said, I recommend playing the original Mystery of the Emblem for the Super NES.
Yeah.
Like that one, solid 7.5 out of 10.
But they gave it another shot. Surprise.
Best version of Tiki in the series.
A lot of people don't know this, but the DS game actually got a second shot a couple years later, and you don't know it because it only released in Japan.
Didn't it have identical graphics though?
It did.
Yeah.
Called Mystery of the Emblem in English. And this is what it looked like. It still looked about the same.
Like the portraits, honestly.
Yeah, it still looked about the same.
Better.
But it actually sold a lot better because the actual gameplay itself substantially better across the board.
Did they actually add anything to it, or?
Yes. So still looked kind of shit, but it was considered a faithful remaster. It was really good. People liked it. So that's why we ended up with Echoes. Because this one kind of revived the idea that, yeah, the remakes might not be huge, but there is an audience for it. Which is then how we end up with...
Also, the create a character thing added to New Mystery was a terrible idea, by the way.
Yes.
I think for a remake, it is bordering on disrespectful to the original writers.
But after that, that's how we ended up with Echoes as the next one in line. Which I think they definitely improved on like a lot of the animations and stuff. It looks nice. I think it was good. It was a fun game. The problem with Echoes is that, again, like we talked about with Radiant Dawn, originally the Japanese versions had to be toned down because English people are retarded. Echoes was harder than other Fire Emblem games at the time. And you had to put like a little bit of thought in it to actually win. So people hated it because they're retarded. And they can't play it.
I'm going to stand by this. Radiant Dawn is probably definitely my favorite game in the series. I'm also going to say that from just a financial standpoint, that game was probably one of the worst ideas that Nintendo ever had. And I am so thankful they decided to give what is honestly a generally pretty niche series an actual budget.
Yes.
Wait, did people really struggle with Shadows of Valentia?
Shadows of Valentia wasn't that hard. It was honestly the main thing was just typically you just get units to be really like. Do you not know about the freaking Dread Fighter bug?
Look, you need to understand.
I mean, you can always just go into those caves and just grind it out. I mean, that's.
You need to understand that Radiant Dawn in English sold like shit because people had to play on the Japanese normal mode.
It's just Radiant Dawn was so peak. It's like they had a unique model for every single character in the game.
Yeah.
You don't see stuff like that for series like this.
Like, you have to understand, Radiant Dawn just made people go up one tier of difficulty, immediately sold like shit because people were too retarded to beat it.
Honestly, Radiant Dawn also released in the West, I think, like 2 weeks after Mario Galaxy. Or no, before. So.
Fair. I'm just saying, there's a lot that went.
Nintendo put this game out to die.
I guess. That Fire Emblem game that played like Warriors. It's Fire Emblem Warriors. Nintendo was doing a thing where they were pairing with Koei. I think it's Koei Tecmo, right? That does the Warrior series. I understand
what's going on with the Zelda Warriors games like that. Now it's canon. It's the weirdest thing. Now it's canon.
Yeah.
They do not understand it.
But yeah, it's not just Fire Emblem. The Dynasty Warriors people have been making multiple different Nintendo games into Warriors games.
They've done a lot of collabs over the years, so this isn't exactly out of their area. Yeah. Honestly, I love the Fire Emblem Warriors.
I think it's because Dynasty Warriors was kind of in a funk where they didn't really know where to go. Because Dynasty Warriors has always been about the Three Kingdoms, and that's kind of where they start and stop with their entire storyline. So it's been the same characters basically every game for years, and they weren't really sure how to innovate on it anymore. Even though I really like them, I love those swarm beat 'em up games.
If I could force them to make another Fire Emblem Warriors featuring primarily the new characters primarily featuring Talius and Jugdral, that would be wonderful. That'd make me so happy.
But we're almost done with these guys because we stopped at about 20 minutes on this one.
I apologize.
Also, this is just past their most replayed spot. So what they just said was like the peak of people's interest in this.
Still, or the Elden Ring, or Lord of the rings.
You hit on your mom.
You hit on your mom, and yep, that is a thing. And then you need to go and engage. It feels like vaguely sexual tension with your mother.
Yeah, that's fair.
A lot of people felt like you were hitting on your mom.
Yeah, I think I felt similarly. Honestly, it's been so long, like I said, since I plus played Engage, so I can't really remember it that well.
That's fair.
And start gathering the rings, and you're like out on your adventure battling bad guys and heading towards the first town in like 30 minutes. Like it's very like there's no real setup. You are just like pick up and go, start battling, start playing, and that's fine. I mean no one likes a lot of fluff at the start, but it feels like this game very much has a purpose of we're here to do these battles. We're here to do these battles and to see these cool collaborations with our older games. Like we want to get these rings and start mixing with Moth.
I feel like a lot of diehard Fire Emblem fans are gonna eat that up. They're gonna love that.
Oh.
Yeah, it couldn't have been more wrong, by the way. Engage heavily divided people, even more than Three Houses did.
Engage kind of killed all my enthusiasm for the series because I realized that Fire Emblem is no longer in good hands.
Yeah. And, like, you guys should just go to Serene's Forest sometime and read the forums from that time. Because everyone likes to pretend like...
using that place for a while.
Serene's Forest, core memory, reminded of...
Because I had people for a while be like, just go to Serene's Forest. It'll tell you that, like all the Fire Emblem fans love these games. And it's like, no, they don't. It was like a fucking battleground over there.
I have so many freaking old memories of just talking with people about how Awakening wasn't all that great.
Yeah. Like, it was a fucking battleground over there because it had a bunch of new people coming in making accounts.
I remember when Awakening fans were second-class citizens, forced to wear that mark of shame, favorite FE, Awakening.
Yeah.
On their profile.
That was a time, like, I'm at a point where I'm like, Awakening is not a bad spot to get on the series at. But at the time when Awakening came out, it was considered like we hit rock bottom. Like, we are fucked going forward. And now we have Three Houses to look forward to. So,
oh yeah, for diehard Fire Emblem fans,
so much, yeah.
For diehard fans, 1000%. I think what throws me a little bit, and as I guess a newcomer to the series, really, really loving Three Houses, and I got to be honest, and I'm sorry, struggling to play Engage. It throws me a little bit just because Three Houses was, I believe, the best-selling Fire Emblem of all time. It sold something like 3 million copies, I think, and that's off the top of my head. I could be wrong. So to take that and be like, oh, we've done something different here and it really worked, but then want to regress. Not
how much?
4.1 was Three Houses. Fates was free.
Yeah.
I don't want to say regress or go backwards because the series.
No, they did.
In my opinion, yes.
That's what you've been saying this whole time.
Yeah, I know, but let me backtrack a little bit because the series has survived and been popular through the last like 25 years, based purely on what Engage is. Right. So it's not regressing. It's going back to the way it was before, but to do that after their biggest success being something that I felt evolved the series, does make it feel like it's, I don't know, it's a weird choice to go back, I think. And
there's
not
nothing
to
wrong
continue.
with going back to your roots. It's just that when you did something so well and changed so much that everybody liked, you don't have to regress that much, you know? Going back to your roots doesn't have to be a complete, you know, like regression.
I agree.
If you don't want to play Fire Emblem, don't play Fire Emblem.
Exactly. Oh, don't worry. He's got a fantastic take coming up.
Choose the things to regress about.
I 1000% agree, but both of us, and me specifically, are looking at this from not really a fan of the series, but a fan of the last game. So I don't know how much I have right to even say, because like, I mean, I guess I'm just happy I got a Fire Emblem game at one point that I really loved, because all the others have kind of just been not for me.
So he's got a fine take for a minute. He's like, you know what? I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of the series, so I don't know how much I'm even allowed to say. But
and then he admits.
Give it a minute, because even this has a but coming.
God.
I have no right.
He's contradicting himself.
I haven't played any of them.
Yeah, I didn't want to out you. I didn't want to out you. Hey, end of the day, if Three Houses is the only Fire Emblem I really end up enjoying, at least they built 3 different stories in it, so I can play it 3 different times, which is more than I usually play a game. So I appreciate that.
Everyone I've talked to about this game seems to have the same opinion, but I guess we're all like Nintendo Switch boys, so I feel like most of the people I've talked to haven't played anything before Three Houses. So
yeah, I mean, everyone has.
And then there's
opinions.
People on Twitter who are like, you know, defending it, but they're probably diehard.
Oh, there's
Fire
always
Emblem
going
fans,
to be.
yeah.
But here's the thing, and I want to stress this: it's still. Apparently, but I can see it. It's still a good Fire Emblem game. Like, it's still getting scored well. It's, I think, 82 on Metacritic. Three Houses was 87. So, I mean, Three Houses did do a little better in popularity, and that showed in sales. But that doesn't mean that Engage is a bad game. It's still scoring really well, and core fans love it.
Right.
But for me, it's just... how long do you want to keep appealing just to the core fan? The core fans also love Three Houses.
You sitting down here bringing out freaking online review scores.
Yeah.
Online review scores are stupid when you can look at the actual sales and see that it's sold worse than Awakening.
He's not even talking about the sales. He's not even. It's just like you guys over here just like.
Well, now he's gone back to Three Houses because they're trying to shill Three Houses a bit more.
He's talking about freaking review scores, and I'm just like, dude, have a freaking opinion of your own. God.
I just like that he says diehard Fire Emblem fans loved Three Houses. No, they didn't. Despite the fact that Three Houses sold like a million more than Fates, I would argue a majority of the people buying Three Houses are not a majority of the people that bought Fates.
True diehards lament the fact that Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn was not the standard for every Fire Emblem game to follow.
Keep appealing just to the core fan. The core fans also love Three Houses.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how long do you want us to only appeal to the core fans that have only got you a couple million sales per game as opposed to doing something more broad that appeals to more people? But that's just coming from...
There you go. How long do you want to appeal to your core fan base when you could appeal to the broader audience?
The modern audience.
Don't you prefer it? Wouldn't you rather appeal to the broader audience than your stupid fans that got you this far? I hate it.
Dude, like, have you ever loved something? Have you ever loved something? Have you ever had something stolen from you by vile heathens who know nothing of that thing that you adore more than anything else? That thing that you would kill for.
Modern audience, Mizu and Shiroi, why are you dropping slurs?
I just want another Radiant Dawn. That is all I ask.
But that's the people they're trying to appeal to now, and that's why a lot of us feel like it's probably just dead. I'd take another Awakening at this point. It's not gonna happen.
Nah, we moved the goalpost all the way.
Three houses is gonna be the standard.
I want another Thracia 776.
Yeah.
I want them to tone down the walking around bases, and I want them to tone down the whole you have to talk to every single character relationship. The story's too forced when they make everyone get along.
I think Radiant Dawn kind of had a pretty nice mix of things, honestly, as far as the base one. Oh, and Path of Radiance, because it was the same system. But
oh yeah, Erebus said
also,
it. The ultimate curse you can give somebody
needs more incest.
Yes. Erica and Ephraim should have fucked.
They just need to go. Yeah, they just need to go back to the core, brother and sister, banging out. That's what we need. Old school.
Hey man, look, if your Fire Emblem game doesn't feature an incest tag, are you really a Fire Emblem game? I mean, come on.
Exactly.
I mean, Micaiah and Soth went around telling everybody they were siblings, and they end up getting married in the end. And Micaiah basically raised Soth from when he was a kid, so that makes it twice as weird and confusing and terrifying.
But Erebus in chat has uttered the ultimate curse. I hope what you like goes mainstream.
Take it back.
It is the ultimate curse. They don't have to take it back. Fire Emblem was my favorite series.
Spartan insult where they say, "I hope you die like a long, prosperous life."
The only thing I have left at this point, as far as like series that are like kind of decently sized but niche, is like freaking Etcher and Odyssey at this point. They don't even release games anymore for that series.
Thank you for the 5 Overture Saint. Three Houses was my last one. I didn't buy Fire Emblem Toothpaste Edition. The Barbarians are at the gate and they killed the series.
I once was like, I'll occasionally like just sort of see I'll poke my head into some communities here and there and see what people are saying. And I saw some godless heathen, some filthy degenerate. Someone who, if it comes down to it, I would gladly wield the sword to take their head from them. He said, I hope the series gets new fans. I hope they want it to become mainstream, and I'm disgusted.
Yeah. Spiritu hit it hard. Remember when Matthew and Jafar's A support almost had them kill each other, let people hate again?
That's what they need. They need supports that are just actual, realistic. These two people don't like each other. Okay, have a support where they're beating the shit out of each other.
Fates was ground zero for horrendous supports. And a lot of people, for some reason, think it was the localization that killed the Fates support. The localization killed 1 or 2 supports in that. Most of them were just going to be shit no matter what. Fates was horrendous, even in Japanese.
That's the important thing I kind of stressed with Fates. Fates' story was never going to be good no matter how good your localization was.
Yeah.
Hope your series gets a 10 out of 10 from IGN. You sick monster!
Your game series is fucking dead if IGN gives it a 10 out of 10.
You freaking monster! I know you're joking, but God! I feel like that one's worthy of ritual disembowelment.
But don't worry, this one might not be as much for Espiritu. This one's definitely for Shiroi. Because I brought 2 videos. The second one is we're going to talk about all the Fire Emblem characters and their archetypes within the series.
Let's go.
And this was made.
I will crash out.
This was made by a Three Houses fan. So.
Also, 596. That number seems low. When was this made?
Yeah. So this was 6 years ago.
6 years ago. So this was during Three Houses.
Oh, so it's from Polygon. So this is going to be an absolute dog shit opinion.
Hold on.
Yeah. So I've already skipped the first 2 minutes. The first 2 minutes is just him shelling some shit, which I think is required. And it says how to tell apart all 596 Fire Emblem characters. He is basically trying to put every Fire Emblem character into a specific character archetype based on some stuff he's learned from Three Houses. The problem is you quickly learn that he has no clue what the fuck he's talking about, and he just looked up the characters on the Fire Emblem wiki and read maybe like the first 2 sentences of what they are.
Okay, so according to this right here, it's at least what I'm getting from the AI right now is 789. So I think he's still low. I think it's still less than it should be.
It probably is, but don't worry, we'll go through everything. I know for a fact he doesn't include any of the recruitable villains from the creature campaign of Sacred Stones. And I don't think he includes any of the Awakening recruitable villains either.
Right, but okay, I get the creature campaign because those are honestly bonus units. It's like every Fire Emblem game has bonus units. You know, Path of Radiance had bonus units. You could play with Ashnard if you beat the game 15 times.
I think any bonus units have probably been excluded.
I don't know who on God's green earth would ever sit down and beat Path of Radiance 15 times in a row just to play as Ashnard in some bonus maps, but whatever.
Yeah. But don't worry, chat, we're going to go through it. And me and Shiroi will probably definitely have a lot to say. And Espiritu can obviously chime in with anything he thinks of.
I will.
My contact list, Fire Emblems have plot lines, and in my experience playing these games, I noticed that a lot of these different characters fit similar roles in their respective games. And I'm not the only one who's noticed this. On the Fire Emblem wiki, there is a whole list of archetypes.
And this is where we're getting our archetypes from.
Oh boy.
By the way, I have learned that, granted, the people that run the Fire Emblem wiki are not cringe and gay. However, they do miss a lot.
I'll be honest, it's like knowing what Fire Emblem archetypes are, by the way, is like one of this is like you vaguely interacted with the Fire Emblem community. This is like one of the first things you learn about, by the way.
Yes. And also learning that some of his archetypes come from the Fire Emblem wiki make me not like the Fire Emblem wiki because they just get a bunch wrong in these archetypes. And me and Shiroi will probably touch on that as they come up.
Yeah.
A list that I only found after spending a whole day trying to categorize them on my own. And it's just so fun to realize that you've wasted a whole day of work. But this list intrigued me. Stock characters in similar circumstances playing again and again in different stories. Does that remind you of anything? Of course it does. It reminds you of the Commedia dell'arte because it reminds me of the Commedia dell'arte. And it's so obviously the Commedia dell'arte that I don't need to explain it, but I will for the sake of extending this video.
You know for a fact this person will mention media literacy and things.
Possibly.
Arte was an Italian
not in here, but like, you know, like in an argument, this guy will bring up media literacy.
Was big in the 16th to 18th centuries, and it relied on stock characters wearing masks or costumes to designate who they were.
Also another matter here. The thing about this is that, okay, these are just gameplay archetypes. These aren't necessarily character archetypes.
Yeah.
The characters tend to vary quite heavily. For example, I'm sure it'll get...
No, don't worry, we'll get to it specifically with the Navarre, because it's the worst, most egregious example in my opinion.
That way the audience could be like, that dude's wearing a tight-fitting suit with a
Have
bunch
you
of
seen the
weird
Fire Emblem
patches. That must
anime?
be Arlecchino, the servant clown sometimes to two masters. This brought the audience in immediately. They knew what that character was about without any exposition. In the same way, Fire Emblem has dozens of recurring characters that get you through each game.
Except, that's not how Fire Emblem does their character archetypes. Fire Emblem's character archetypes are to designate what role in the army your unit should play, not exactly how that unit acts as a person.
Yes.
Also, I like how somebody in chat already saw it, that Joshua is included in Navarre's archetype. Just because they're both Myrmidons.
I mean, for what it's worth, they're both Myrmidons and they come with the Killing Edge. Though, in the original Fire Emblem, in the original game, Navarre was a mercenary, actually.
Yeah. But that's
just because the Myrmidon...
That's basically where this guy is going to immediately start fucking up. is he does not understand that the archetypes on the Fire Emblem wiki are more addressing like the actual role somebody is playing in the army. Like with Navarre, which me and Shiro will probably touch on more when we get there.
Fast sword character.
It's supposed to refer to a fast sword character that typically focuses on critical hits, so they give them a killing edge weapon as their first weapon that you have.
Also, generally, they appear as an enemy unit initially, and they are extremely terrifying to recruit because it requires a lot of complicated stuff to recruit them.
A lot of times, they'll have you send in a squishy unit to recruit them, which can make it very dangerous because, again, they focus on critical hits. They could typically one-shot whatever unit is trying to recruit them.
That Joshua recruitment is awful.
Yes. You have to like try and bait them out with somebody else. Normally what I do is I bring in Seth. I normally just bring in Seth and take Seth's weapons.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, no, I did. Seth is one of the most overpowered, technically he's considered an Oife, I think.
Yes, because he's an overpowered unit that's typically a paladin.
Throughout the game.
Yeah.
The difference between a Jagan and an Oife is Jagan's meh at first and not really all that great and basically is inevitably going to be outclassed by the end. Oife is typically good throughout the game.
Thank you for the Dojin character, by the way. Huh? Don't worry, we'll get more into it.
And this is how we're going to tell them apart, by defining their archetypes. Fire Emblem goes one step further, because these characters can not only serve the same story purpose, but they can have a similar role in the gameplay. And this goes to prove my theory.
They don't serve a similar story purpose. They only serve a gameplay purpose.
Also, to add, Fire Emblem archetype characters are one matter. They do not, however, encompass the whole of every single Fire Emblem character that has appeared.
Yes.
A very good example of this is that characters like Tiki, for example, are not an archetype, but they do appear here and there. You know what I mean?
No, Tiki's kind of an archetype at this point. Tiki's archetype is the Mankete character.
Well, yeah, but the problem is that Manakith's don't appear throughout the game.
You normally get one. Especially in later games.
Throughout the series.
Yeah, but you typically get one now. It's Rainy at Dawn and Path of Radiance, where you could argue it's the Laguz unit. But in Sacred Stones, you get Myrrh. In Awakening, is it Awakening that you get Naui and Na?
I'm mostly talking specifically about when you get them is not exactly defined, so their place in the story isn't exactly clear. Or
nobody's place in the story is clear. I think that part's fucking army.
For example, Myrrh will show up at a pretty late section of the game, whereas Noe appears really early in the game.
Yes.
Not only the spiritual successor to Commedia dell'arte, it is its natural evolution. An elevated form I call the Commedia dell'anime, the newer, more perfect form of theater. We just have to boil down the Fire Emblem person.
So can you see in the background where, like, the different names that are already there? I think Shiroi is in the same boat as me, is that she could probably already pick out exactly who all is going into almost every single one of these.
Samson is an archetype?
That was the only one that really threw me for a loop. Where I was like, what? I was like, what are you talking about?
Wait, Michaelis is considered an archetype?
Don't worry, we'll get into it.
Keep in mind, Michaelis is only playable in the DS Fire Emblem games.
Also, I had to notice this. They do not use characters all from the same game for some reason. It would make more sense if each archetype was the character from that game. And they all started with one game, but they don't. They're just kind of picked randomly from all over the place. And I don't fully understand why.
Honestly, most of these look to be Fire Emblem one. Wait, Rudolph. That's Gaiden.
You have Rudolph, Minerva, Maria.
Minerva's Fire Emblem one.
Of course, this one doesn't really count because it's just General Pegasus Sisters.
Let's begin with the archetypes that are standard. Cain and Abel are battle bros.
I like how we skipped Aaron and Samson already. Immediately go to Cain and Abel.
Dude, look, man, look. I know that Samson was an unremarkable character, but come on.
I really don't get what Aaron and Samson is.
I don't either, because it's like the only thing that was remarkable about Aaron and Samson is like, okay, it's 2 units, you can only get one of them, and it's like,
maybe that's what it is.
Like, that's my best guess is like it's a character that you can only get one of because there's feuding here. I see Tabarn on the list.
Right, here it is. Aaron and Samson are 2 playable units from Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Right. Story-wise, Aaron and Samson were residing in 2 separate but neighboring villages due to a rivalry between the villages. Martha is forced to visit only one. Upon visiting one of the villages and recruiting the one who was staying there, the opposing village is closed off, preventing the other from being recruited. Gameplay-wise, members of this archetype do not have a fixed class that members adhere to. Members of the Aaron and Samson archetype are comprised of 2 or more who appear in the same chapter, but the player is only allowed to recruit one of the units, while the others cannot be recruited in the same story file.
Okay, so in that case, I do have some issues with Tabarn showing up on here. I'm assuming that's Tabarn, Gifka, and Nisala.
Yep.
Those 3 are recruited in the endgame of Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, so they would also fall under the Goto archetype.
Yes. God, Jesus Christ. So they have one that has 5 characters in it. Naren, Ruka, Lee,
like,
Ezekiel, and Lionel.
If it's Reeve, I'm freaking tapping out. I'm going to be freaking upset if that's the case.
There's also some stuff with asterisks on here, one of which being Catherine and Shamir from 3 Houses. And it says, double asterisk, though Catherine and Shamir can both be added to Blythe's army, there is a side quest that takes place on the Red Wolf Moon, where they request you get a 2-toned whetstone. There is only one of these items in the game, and if the player takes on both requests, giving the stone to one of them results in the other quest never being completed. I don't think that counts.
What? I mean, if they can still both be recruited, then it's not really...
And they don't have to, like, have it. Like, the other one doesn't leave if you don't give it to them. No, it's whatever.
They fight together, but not in the biblical sense.
Also, Cain and Abel, if anybody's ever played Fire Emblem, it's typically just 2 cavaliers that are either besties or brothers.
Also, one of them is red-colored and the other is green-colored.
Typically, yeah. Why is Cain and Abel a category? No, they really are a thing in Fire Emblem. Basically, every single Fire Emblem starts you almost exactly the same way. Is you get your Lord unit, you get whoever their mentor unit is, and they're typically a paladin, and then you get 2 cavaliers to go along with them that are typically brothers or besties.
Also, you guys, I should make sure it's understood. When I played Shadow Dragon, Abel did die.
In the chapter he came in at?
No, just at some point in the game. Just, you know.
Fair.
I thought it was funny.
Sword and chords are similar, except they're usually axe fighters.
I will give him board and cord.
Also Christmas calves. That's actually, I think, probably the more common term, honestly.
Yeah.
Most people refer to them as Christmas Cavaliers.
He is actually pulling these names from the wiki. The wiki actually has them listed this way. This is why I don't...
Freaking tourist move, by the way.
Yeah.
Pegasus sisters are a trio of flying horses ladies. You can't split these.
I have to point out, because one of the first ones he mentions includes Tana in it, and while Tana is technically a part of the Pegasus trio, she's not
a sibling.
She's not a sibling, and she's not technically tied to them either. The reason Pegasus sisters are a trio is because you can do a tri-attack move with them, which is kind of a meme move in the series because Pegasus are weak and you're not ever going to take 3 of them into them.
It's rarely all that useful.
Not that useful. You're rarely ever going to take 3 fucking Pegasus Knights into a map. The only time it ever saw any use was Sacred Stones because one of your Pegasus Knights could be a Wyvern Rider.
Also, if the Pegasus sister archetype does not also feature the 3 brothers from Radiant Dawn,
True.
Then I take issue. Because they also had a triangle attack, but this one used bows, so it was unique.
Yeah, like their archetype is just that they can use the triangle attack move, which is why they come in 3s, and the move is kind of a meme. It's not that good, to be honest.
It's always a meme. It's like, you do it because you can, not really because it does anything. It's great for getting Est some extra experience, I suppose.
Oh wait, on the wiki, do they call it White Wings? Yeah, on the wiki they call it White Wings. They don't call it Pegasus Sisters.
Well, yeah, because that was the original group name.
Yeah, so the notable
But then
trios...
again, the White Wings was also led by Minerva, so...
Yeah, so the notable trios are Pala, Catria, and Est. Vampa, Fetra, and Iliu. I actually have not played Fire Emblem 4, so I don't know.
Also, Valley, I played Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem as God intended. So there were no bonus chapters. I just got Abel killed and I didn't feel like restarting. You didn't realize in the first Fire Emblem, the game is actually built around the idea of people dying. I know, mind-blowing concept right there. Mind-blowing concept right there. Not resetting after every single person dies.
I don't think he included this one on his chart, but underneath White Wings, there's another one that's just called Est, based off the Pegasus Knight Est from Fire Emblem, the Shadow Dragon, and the Blade.
Yeah,
Blade
Est
Blight.
is an archetype.
There are more people listed in the Est archetype than there are trios in the White Wings archetype.
That's because the Est archetype is honestly one of the more vague ones. It's basically just a unit who is not really all that good when you get them, but you can level them up because they have really good growth rates, and sometimes they're good, other times, debatable.
So just as a side note, by the way, chat, these are going to be fairly normal because these are kind of units that have a similar like character design.
I do not know how on earth Michaelis. I do not know how Michaelis is an
Don't worry
archetype,
though.
really.
He's going to fuck up this chart because he's going to decide this isn't good enough for archetypes, so he's going to start making his own.
Oh, God.
Archetypes up into their solo characters because their bond is what defines them. You can't have a Waluigi without a Luigi, and in the same way, you can't have a board without a chord, which is my favorite Dr. Seuss book. Jagans are mentors that are strong at the...
So for some reason in the Jagan archetype, we do not have Seth.
Seth is an Oife, not a Jagan.
There's still the mentor archetype.
Yeah, characterization-wise, but as far as like his role in the army,
yes, I get that.
He will take you all the way up to the Demon King, and he will also kill the Demon King because Seth doesn't care.
I think the actual difference is people in the Jagan archetype typically actually straight up die early on. Whereas people in the Oife archetype typically are allowed to live even if you don't necessarily use them. And it comes from the fact that Jagan dies in, I think, like, chapter 3 or 4.
I don't know, he doesn't, like, actually die, anything like that. Or are you talking, like, you know, statistically, he's just not worth deploying at that point? Because that is actually true. Jagan's about the same strength, despite being a paladin.
No, Jagan actually, it's either Jagan or Gunther, I think, that actually physically die in, like, the first 5 chapters. Because for some reason, they're trying to cut you off from him.
That's Gunther. Gunther is one of the weirdest characters in Faith. It's like they wanted a Jagan, but they didn't actually want to give you a Jagan.
All I know is Jagan dies in Shadow Dragon in the remake.
No, that's Frey. No, okay, so in the Shadow Dragon remake, there's a point in the game where somebody has to die, and it's the canon choice.
Nope, he does.
No? What?
Jagan steps off the battlefield at the start of Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem, but still stays Marside as an advisor.
Mystery of the Emblem!
Until he dies, in which he passes his position down to Kain.
Yeah, Jagan dies in Mystery of the Emblem, not Shadow Dragon. You said Shadow Dragon.
Shadow Dragon is the remake of Mystery of the Emblem. They fucked up the name.
Shadow Dragon is the remake of Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light. New Mystery of the Emblem is the remake of Mystery of the Emblem. Specifically, Book 2 of Mystery of the Emblem, because It's very weird. Because Mystery of the Emblem was a part 2 game that also
Either way,
featured the
he's
original
dead.
Shadow Dragon is playable. Yes, but he's dead at the he's never even playable in Mystery of the Emblem.
I remembered playing him. I had to look it up.
He was playable in Shadow Dragon, not Mystery of the Emblem. Bizu, come on!
We can agree to disagree on that one.
I'm a tourist.
Fair.
All right, put your head on the block.
But we'll continue with this.
Beginning, and then you'll quickly outpace them.
Okay, Mizu?
Kind of sad. Like,
I'm gonna end this right here. Jagen is a playable character in Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon of the Blade of Light, Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem, Book 1 specifically, and Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon.
Yeah.
He is not playable in Book 2 of Mystery of the Emblem. Book 2 is the actual sequel.
Just
Either or.
the first time you beat your dad in a basketball game. Oifeis are similar to Jagen's, except they'll keep dunking on you till you're dead. Wendels are mentors, but for
I gotta go back. Do they have Seth in that list? They do have Seth in that list.
Yeah, Seth is an Oife. Felicia's an Oife? Yeah, screw you.
I'm not sure I would put Soth as an Oife. You have to, like, really invest in him.
Soth as an Oife. Titania's the Oife, not Soth.
Yeah.
Dude, you know how Soth sucks at the start of Path of Radiance.
You have to, like...
You have to actively invest in him to make him good.
Yeah, you have to, like, dump all of your extra XP in him. And even then, he's only good because, like, he gets so much dodge that it's busted.
Well, no, his main thing is speed. Also, comes with the Adept skill, which basically gives him a guarantee. He's statistically probably the best mage in Path of Radiance.
Yeah.
There's probably debates to be had, considering Tormod with his Celerity skill gives him extra movement, but yeah.
I just wouldn't put Soth in there. Especially because you also notice that basically everybody on this list, except for like 2 people, are paladins. Because typically this role is taken up by paladins.
Yes, Titania also. Oife is one of those things where there's only one in a game. I'll give them Felicia and Jacob. Not that I don't think they make sense as Oife because they kind of suck at the start of the game.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'd say that Felicia and Jacob are more like Soth in that they require a fair bit of investment before they're even decent, and Felicia's terrible.
He removed people from this list. 2 other people listed in the Oife list are Marcus and Raffen.
Marcus was listed as a Jagen. It's kind of debated, but for what it's... Oh, wait, no, but Marcus is considered both an Oife and a Jagen because he's an Oife in Fire Emblem Blazing Blade, and he's a Jagen in Binding Blade because he's old and useless now.
Yeah. Maybe they changed it in between when he made this and, like, us looking at it now. Because they don't have them listed in both. Raffen and Marcus are just in Oife. Which, I mean, I can give it fair enough on that one.
I'm still going to stand by Felicia and Jacob do not belong on here.
Also, as a complete side note, I actually really like that Titania got, like, an axe. And that was one of my favorite parts, is that it felt like the Paladins had a much wider range of tools they could use in Radiant Dawn.
Path of Radiant... Well, Radiant Dawn, it was kind of lame because I think Paladins only had one... They could only equip one weapon specifically, but there were like 3 different types of Paladins.
Yeah, I actually like that better.
It's fair. I did like how they did have a bit more variety in the unit types.
Yeah.
In those games.
I kind of didn't like that, how in other games, there's a lot of units that can just use whatever the fuck they feel like. I actually prefer to be restricted. Except for generals. Generals definitely need more weapon types because it's funny.
In my opinion, generals should always have access to the whole triangle because, God, they need everything they can get.
No, I love See, I didn't actually realize that people didn't like generals, because my first general was Amelia in Sacred Stones, who just fucking dog walks the game.
Move! Respect restored! I freaking love Amelia! Amelia is one of my favorite characters.
And Amelia as a general just dog walks the game. Like, she has no movement speed, but she can sit there and tank every map.
Amelia as a general is freaking hilarious too, because of how massive the general sprite is.
Yeah, and she's still supposed to be like a 13-year-old when she's in that suit.
I also gotta say, the Amelia art that was in Heroes was peak.
Oh yeah, no, the Amelia art looks so good in Heroes.
Dude, that was, in my opinion, I was happy that they made her. I was happy they based it off of the idea of her being a general. And I'm even happier that they, I'm just happy they didn't make her a paladin, because most people tend to
Amelia became a beast in one of my runs. So it's probably on this wall here, and I just missed the character. Amelia in herself is a different archetype.
I think Amelia is considered an est.
Might be. Because what it is...
She does come kind of late in the game, and generally...
No, Amelia's like chapter 5 at the port. No, she's not in this list.
No, Amelia doesn't appear until the first chapter after the route split, which I think is like chapter 9 or 10. And she's like at level 1, so it's kind of a bit of a thing. Interesting, she's not on the list of ests.
She appears in chapter 9. Sacred Stones is like 30 chapters. Oh no, she appears in chapter 5. Yeah, I was right. I was actually exactly right. First scene in chapter 5. You can join in chapter 9.
Yeah, first scene in chapter 5. Yeah,
I have to point out, though, I was 100% correct when I said you see her by, like, chapter 5. I somehow called that.
But we're talking about est archetypes here. I'm pretty sure you encounter est in, like, freaking really early on in Shadow Dragon as well, before she's ever recruited.
You could get Amelia in Awakening through fucking Spot Pass? Now I'm upset. I never got her in Awakening.
Just so you know, it's just an avatar unit. I wouldn't really think too hard about it.
It couldn't be any worse than...
There were so many characters in Fire Emblem Awakening if you count their appearances in Spot Pass.
I mean, it couldn't be any worse than every DLC girl in Awakening just being the fucking, what do you call it? The bride unit. Am I spelling her name wrong?
I thought it was only Erica who used the bride class.
So, as far as I can tell, Amelia is not listed at all in the Archetypes page. She's just not included.
I guess technically, she appears too early to be considered an est, but I'd say she's inconvenient enough to be considered an est.
I think it should be less like exactly when they pop up and more like what their exact purpose is. Because Amelia's exact purpose is that she is a extremely weak, extremely low-level unit that if you put a lot of investment in, becomes a fucking god.
Wait, hold on. They have freaking Ewan as the Merrick archetype on here?
Oh, don't worry, we'll get to those.
What the frick?
Except they'll keep dunking on you till you're dead. Wendels are mentors, but for magic. Gotos are...
Alright, so who all is in Wendell?
They'll keep dunking on you till you're dead. Wendels are...
So Wendell, said, Claude, Noma, Pint, Saleh, and Wendell.
Wait, what are we going at? Wendell? Okay, fuck, wait, what's the Wendell archetype?
So they mentioned Saleh, who I'm probably pronouncing his name wrong, which was the mage that brought Myrrh to you. You get him kind of late, though, don't you? Chapter 12. It's not too bad, I guess.
It's going to be a recruiter on the midpoint of the game as a promoted magic user with good base stats and generally competent growth.
I can agree with the Wendell page. From what I see, because it is just like a magic unit that you get already promoted.
Wait, wouldn't Khalil technically be considered a Wendell? I guess
Sure.
she appears a bit too late, honestly, though. which is not really that good.
Are mentors, but for magic. Gotos are mentors, but only the last half of the game. Beowulf
Okay, so that's the difference.
are mentors,
Dwindles are
but for
mid-game.
magic. Gotos are mentors.
And then magic, but late game.
No, Goto specifically is a late game. This is the character that we're giving you in the off chance you found a way to absolutely irreparably screw yourself. Here's a unit that can actually do something.
What do they say specifically about Goto? Gotos are mission control characters, usually guiding the main lords and their party from the midpoint of the story, and sometimes traveling with them during this time. Gameplay-wise, they are deployed late in the game, usually only directly taking action in the final chapters. Gotos boast high starting stats and similarly high growth rates to offset their late recruitment. God, they mention a lot more characters in here.
Honestly, I wouldn't consider the Black Knight to be a Goto because he's not really.
Also, why would you say Why would he actually write out Zelgius and not just Black Knight?
Dude, come on! Look, I know that Fire Emblem Heroes is freaking.
I see why he did. So on the wiki, if you click Black Knight, the page opens to Zelgius, and it just puts his name Zelgius everywhere.
Like, I know that the spoiler is well known now, so it doesn't really matter anymore. Like, you could just say it, nobody cares anymore, because it's like, look, they spoiled it in Fire Emblem Heroes.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, that design went hard, make no mistake, but... For Zelgius.
So...
Freaking even the wikis over here doxing in.
He mentions, it's weird that he, like, cut out some names from this on his chart. So, like, he has Kainagus here, but he cuts out that Kainagus is mentioned with Gifika as well. Because they both are the same thing.
I'm gonna be honest, like, half the characters you get at, like, late game, like, Radiant Dawn is freaking just insanely OP.
So he included Galzus, but he cut out Ced from Fire Emblem 5. I think that's because if you click Ced, it opens up like a miniature page that says, do you mean this Ced or do you mean this Ced? So I guess he assumed it was confusing and just decided to exclude him.
Also, if you're going from the story perspective, Nagi and Kanigas, and also the Black Knight, are functionally, they provide very little to the player as far as, like, plot stuff goes.
Carol? I mean, I guess. He does come in late, doesn't he? Yeah, he comes in super late, I guess.
Yeah.
25 and 27B, respectively.
Eesh. Fun.
Wallace. Doesn't he? Yeah, no, Wallace doesn't count. I get he's technically towards the end of Lynn's route. But
again, it's for the same reason the Black Knight is listed on here.
Fair, I guess.
It's like the end of a specific section of the game, but like...
You keep those units for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the thing I have here is like, Black Knight, he leaves immediately after.
So, not only did he cut out Gifika from mentioning Kainagus, but he also cut out the Fire Emblem 9, or the Fire Emblem 10, where it mentions Gifika, Nasala, and Tabarn all together.
Which, again, they don't really count. I don't really know for sure if I really count any of the Fire Emblem 9 and 10 characters, because, again, from a plot perspective, they don't really serve that specific role.
So you might have
this in the late game, but
this is going to be my tourist showing because I've just looked this up because I kept seeing the name pop up. I have never seen Tear Ring Saga.
Okay, I'm not really going to give you too much crap for that one. This is like hardcore. You really like Fire Emblem and specifically are really interested in Shozo Kaga, the creator of the series.
Yeah.
After Fire Emblem Thracia 776, Shozo Kaga decided to pull a funny, and he left Intelligent Systems to go do his own thing. started a company, decided to make a game called Emblem Saga, and then Nintendo sued him. He changed the name to Tearing Saga, and that court case is the reason why people are allowed to make spiritual successors to this very day.
Fair.
But yeah, Tearing Saga basically is a Fire Emblem game in everything but name.
Fair. I had actually not heard of that one. Because apparently
it's a
there's...
fair one. It's kind of niche. Not everybody's really played them, and it's not really a series that went anywhere. I hear the plots are pretty good. But again, it's Kaga. It's an acquired taste.
Well, there's Tearing Saga Utena Heroes, then there's Tearing Saga Bearwick, and then apparently there's another considered successor, which is Visteria Saga.
Yeah, Visteria Saga. Those actually are available on Steam.
Can we like not do the saga thing? Can you like pick a different name? Do we have to just saga everything?
Look, Kaga's autistic. I'm pretty sure.
If I can find a translation for these, I might at least try it. Because looking at it, it looks like they only released in Japan.
Yeah, Visteria Saga is available on Steam. Bear in mind they are SRPG studio games.
Yeah.
And they use I think they use the basic assets.
Do
so
they?
Like it's gonna be like 80% gameplay, 80% plot. Graphics are gonna be
I was looking more at the Beerwick Saga one. Which, yeah, I see this as Fire Emblem.
And Tearing Saga is, specifically SRPG Studio is just a Fire Emblem maker, basically.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, Beerwick Saga is a bit weird in comparison to the other ones.
Kind of weird they used a hex-based system.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know why they decided to do that, but whatever.
I mean, I don't hate it. It's just like...
They should be translated, though, because you gotta remember, Fire Emblem is a series with a pretty devoted fan base.
Yeah, I could probably find a
translation. And these are ancient games for, like, the PS1.
Isn't there another Tearing by the same guy on Steam? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, maybe.
Tearing... I see Tempest Ring. Is it, like, the same word? No. I don't think so. If I search Tearing, the first thing that pops up is Door Kickers 2. The second thing that pops up is Sex and the Furry Titty 2, Sins of the City.
Well, that's just Steam knowing you better than you know yourself.
Oh, shut up. Anyways. Oh, click the wrong one. Yeah, we'll keep going with this.
But only the last half of the game. Beowulfs are mercenaries that...
How do you feel about Beowulfs?
By the way, Mizu.
Uh-huh.
Oh, never mind. I was just looking at the stream and I saw like different thing there. Beowulfs. I'm not familiar, honestly. That's a new one for me.
So he only has 4 listed in Beowulf. The website has
probably why I haven't
6.
heard of them, because let's be honest, the more niche we get, the more specific we get. Like,
story-wise, Beowulf is a unit who can only be recruited by having a unit pay him 10,000 gold. So this is the unit that you have to pay.
That is an extremely vague archetype, honestly.
They don't even have anything else here. It's just while uncommon, several other characters throughout the series can only be recruited if they're paid a substantial sum of gold.
Renek is you are not actually intended to pay him.
Yeah,
he asked for way too much money for anybody to realistically pay him.
Well, actually, yeah, they put a star by Renek. While he can be recruited by paying him a certain amount of gold, he can also be recruited for free by having a certain unit talk to him. Why do you censor the certain unit?
Larshell.
Yeah.
Spoilers. But then again, if you're in this deep that you're looking at a list of Fire Emblem archetypes, I'm gonna be honest, you know the spoilers.
Yeah, like I don't. I really like how she recruits him. By the way.
Oh yeah, doesn't she basically just kind of go on like, hey, I hired you earlier, so this is where you ran off to, and like she just completely airheaded about it, doesn't even realize the fact that he ran away.
Yeah, and she just railroads him into coming back, and he's like, fuck it, fine. Also, it's not like a secret that you're supposed to use her to talk to him, because a couple chapters earlier, you see him with her. So you're going to be like, okay, I'm either going to use the big axe berserker guy, or I'm going to use her to talk to him. Because Fire Emblem doesn't have many named characters.
I like Dazzler. I like Dazzler. He's very dwarf coded with his design.
Yeah, right?
Like,
he does not feel like he fits like
and a pickaxe.
He does not feel like he fits with the humans of the game. He feels like he's a different race.
Fire Emblem does not have many characters that just give that vibe, but dude feels like a freaking dwarf character.
You have to pay actual in-game currency to recruit, and Ogmas are mercenaries that...
Yeah, so Ogma is another one that I don't feel is right. I sort of get it because it's characters specifically with the mercenary like type. But
yeah, but the problem is that like a lot of characters could be an Ogma.
Yeah. Like there's way too many people fit that because everybody's either already a part of the military or they're a mercenary.
We may as well just add Ike to this list. He starts out as a mercenary. Oh wait, his class is actually ranger. Sorry, never mind.
So the specific gameplay purpose, they say, is Ogmas have high balanced starting stats and slightly above average stat gross, making them overall good units.
Like, I'm just kind of over here, like, where does Ogma and Garrick actually... What's their similarities?
Yeah. No, because Garrick is, like, a part of a mercenary band, except...
Yeah.
Story-wise, he's more of, like, an honorable sellsword.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of times mercenaries are sort of dicks, and that they really just are, like, if you have coin, I will do it. But
like, Ogma and Saber have nothing in common, realistically speaking, as far as characters are concerned.
Yeah. And Garrick especially is like, when you meet him, he's specifically talking about being, like, loyal to their cause. He just happens to be the quote-unquote mercenary class for Sacred Stones.
I just don't see it. Oh, we love Garrick in this household.
Yeah. No, Garrick's great.
Yeah.
Their own volition, which is, by definition, not a mercenary. Navars are silent, moody sword swingers.
This is the one that upset me. Specifically because he seems to think they are the silent, moody sword swinger. Almost nobody in Navarre's list is silent, moody.
Dude, there is not an ounce of angst in Joshua.
Or Guy. I don't know why Guy is included at all, almost.
Also, Marissa does not belong on this list.
Marissa doesn't belong at all. Joshua definitely doesn't belong.
Like, Marissa appears, 1, way later in the game, 2, doesn't use a killing edge.
And she shows up with, Garrick.
Hold on, wait. Story-wise, due to the culture and nature of their nations, they carry a strict warrior's code and are often very silent or tactile. Several have a bond with the game's Julian and Alina characters, like Ogmas, Navarre, tend to vanish after the war. Honestly, even the definition here is kind of honestly.
He's very touristy.
I think they're kind of reaching on here.
They're reaching horribly. I also wonder what they mean, like, they tend to vanish after the war. It depends on who they get paired up with. Because if you pair Joshua up with Natasha, he very specifically does not disappear after the end of the war. They settle down and get married.
I thought in most of Joshua's endings, he actually returns to Johanna and actually takes over.
Some of them he does. In some of them...
I think that's like only if you don't actually... I think it's only the Erica route, though, maybe.
Yeah. Which, by the way, that's another thing with Joshua that means he doesn't belong on here. Joshua is technically a Lord unit. Very technically.
He's as much of the Lord unit as Innes is, I suppose.
I really wish... that's my only complaint with Sacred Stones, is that really only Erica and Ephraim actually got Lord versions. I kind of hoped all the Lords would, because you meet so many Lords.
For what it's worth, it's a similar situation in Fates. Why is everybody in this character either a freaking one of the protagonist siblings or their retainer?
Yeah.
Kind of like if that person who said they studied the blade actually studied the blade. There are also a bunch of villains, but for different reasons. Power, ambition, loyalty, wyvern riding.
We just skipped through a whole bunch all at once.
Not necessarily a villain.
Reasons. Power.
I like how there's only two.
Gangrel and Michaelis, is this seriously how it is on the list here?
So what's it? It's listed as Michaelis.
Yeah, Michaelis.
No, it's Michaelis, Dissects, Travent, Kampf, Narsen, Lundgren, Darren, Kalik, Lacane, Gangrel, and Berkut.
I mean, yeah, I guess they kind of check out, though. Kalich is honestly all of his ambitions are honestly a pipe dream, all things considered.
Michaelis are enemies, whether they be mad, vain, or ambitious, who would do anything to claim power for themselves. They may not have decent reasons for wanting to seize power, such as Michaelis' desire to overthrow Dolar from within, or Travent's determination to save Thracia from ruination, but nonetheless their ambitions turn them into pawns of the enemy army and opponents of the player. So are we saying it's specifically the villains that end up getting manipulated by the greater villain? So
it's guys who are in it for the money, not the science?
I guess. From what I'm gathering from some of the
extremely vague archetype that I just don't know if I can realistically put it anywhere. This feels like you're making an archetype for archetype's sake, and maybe that's what half of these are.
Possible. What I'm kind of getting from it is they're the villains that are being manipulated by the bigger villain. At least with some of them, I can see that. With others, I'm kind of, eh.
What about that one thumb-looking guy from Fates?
No.
I can't remember his name, honestly.
I'm gonna have to quick pause it because he's like speeding these.
Power, ambition.
We have Rudolph, which includes Ashnard, Edelgard. Don't put Edelgard in it. She's not in it for power. What are you talking about? She's in it to like reform everything. They actually fucking put Edelgard in with this.
Hold on, wait. Rudolph was in it for a greater purpose. He wanted to end the gods' rule or whatever.
Rudolphs are ruling monarchs who rule over their kingdom as an emperor, ambitious and valuing strength. They initiate a war against neighboring countries with various ambitions from either a greater overall cause or simple conquest.
Ashnard does not belong on this list, by the way.
Yeah. Majority serve as major antagonists during the story, often the main human villain of the game. Their defeat usually serves as a prelude for the end game.
I like Ashnard, though. You know what? I like Ashnard because he was just in it for the love of the game. Guy just wanted to feel bone crunching it.
You know who else actually doesn't belong on here? Surprisingly, in my opinion, I don't think Garen belongs on here.
Yeah, what is Garen? Honestly, would probably follow the Michaelis archetype more so, if anything. I mean, though even then, I don't think he belongs there. He's kind of just.
Yeah, Garen may be like the ending big bad for Conquest, but he actually doesn't really show up in Birthright or in Revelation. In Revelation, it feels like it's kind of implied he just died off screen.
And I guess Zephiel, he was in it for the because he really wanted a cute dragon lily wife, right?
Yes. For some reason. I mean, who wouldn't? But
yeah, who wouldn't?
Who'd they put in? They put Vigard in Sacred Stones.
Vigard is dead.
Why not Lion?
Yeah, Vigard from the very beginning of the game is freaking dead.
Yeah, he's like a corpse being puppeted the entire time.
Yeah, like seriously, Vigard does not belong on this list.
He's literally like background set dressing. I'll
be honest, I remember nothing about Surtur. I I mean, I guess he's more of an Ashnard, but honestly, this feels very honestly.
Ashnard was the Mad King, yes.
Yeah, Ashnard. I love Ashnard.
I can, I guess, kind of see Wallheart.
Wallheart had an end game. Ashnard's end game was the world ends.
Yeah.
The world. Guy really just wanted to fight some dragons, I think.
I kind of like the way Rudolph is drawn in this.
Oh no, Rudolph has aura. Rudolph has aura.
Fair.
Honestly, dude, one of my favorite cutscenes in Shadows of Valentia is where he's got the falchion and he just walks into freaking Milla's throne room and she shoots like a laser or whatever at him to try to kill him, and he just blocks it with the falchion. It was sick.
Sorry for missing this one, but from Overture 3 for 5, Overture or 3 Houses was my last one. Did by Fire Emblem 2. Oh, I did read that one. God, I'm stupid. Either or.
Mission loyalty.
That looks so bad, by the way. I get it was from the old times.
Is a Camus archetype? Wait, hold on.
There's a lot more people in here. Camus, Wolf, Eldigan, Ishtar, Reinhardt, Ernst, Murdoch, Bruna, and Gale, Lloyd and Linus.
It might have changed since, but it's dude, the fact that Dedue was even on here in the first place is you don't know anything about Dedue's character, or the fact that, I'm gonna be honest, one thing I noticed in 3 Houses is that Dimitri is way less insane in the Edelgard route.
Yes.
Mentally, he's significantly more sound in that route.
That's why I kind of feel like Edelgard is the true route still. I'm not sure how I feel about some of these people being on here.
Selena's a classic Camus. Xander, I think, is generally regarded. Legion, I can't remember. I haven't played Fates in a while. Shiharam, I guess. I guess Shiharan counts.
I'm willing to give this one a sort of pass.
Lloyd and Linus, I don't really think ever really have an excuse to join the player anyways, in all honesty, because they're with their little assassin group, not really with the main antagonist. It's not one of those situations where, our bad guy's obviously evil, boss is obviously evil, so we should just, I don't think it's really that, honestly.
Yeah.
Eldigan, classic example of the archetype. Huh. It's funny.
What?
I don't remember Wolf appearing in Fire Emblem 3. Isn't that weird? Man, I'm pretty sure Tiki just gutted him.
Wyvern.
And then we get to Wyvern Knights, which are
Is
classified
really
as
that
Minervas. I mean, the only thing they really have in common is that they are on Wyverns, I guess.
Is that really? Let's take a look here. They're based on the Wyvern Rider Minerva from Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light. Appearance-wise, the majority of Minerva archetypes is comprised of a female Wyvern Rider unit clad in white armor, much like the namesake. Male Minervas also exist, but usually clad in black armor, but also follow the same trends. Gender and armor color are not mutually inclusive. The Minervas rarely deviate from the standard image. Story-wise, Minerva is clad in red armor, who first fought against Marth's army as an enemy, but later switched sides due to circumstances that are resolved and was persuaded into joining, even if it meant that she would fight her brother Michaelis. Minervas are typically persuaded into fighting their home nation, sometimes their own family, for mentors, leaders, and are always first encountered or recruited as an enemy unit on the field initially, similar to the Navari archetype. This is a loose one.
This
is a very loose one. Cormag, I guess.
But then, He defects from his nation, though.
Okay, I don't know why Jill is considered for both Fire Emblem 9 and 10 here, because I'm going to be honest. Wait, no, Cormog intentionally defects. I don't think you ever have to actually, like, you know.
Yeah, if you
I don't think.
if you do
Yeah,
Irika's route, when he shows up with Ephraim, he's just with him.
Yeah, that's because I think his brother dies and he loses all will to fight, and he's just like, okay, fine, I'm just gonna fight, you know, for the other side now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jill and I don't really get Jill all that much because Jill willingly joins the group, and she more so joins the group because it's convenient for her, rather than the other way around.
I mean, and she kind of comes with Har as well.
And my playthrough of Path of Radiance, Jill died before I could. Same chapter I was supposed to recruit Har. Jill died in that one.
Get wrecked. I will
But
say,
this is before they made them immune to bows.
I will say, while Camilla probably belongs here, I think Fates in general kind of fucks up a lot of the specific thing they're trying to go for.
Dude, Camilla is not a Minerva.
Yeah, but
Camilla
that's what I mean.
She never fights against her home country. She has none of the aesthetic of a Minerva.
That's what I'm saying. I think Fates kind of fucks up the archetypes in general.
Not to mention, Camilla's class is kind of weird.
Riding, I guess.
She was basically a dark flyer, but you know.
Yeah. Oh look, I got to the next one anyways. We have Harden. And they put Harden and Takumi in it. Wait, what is the Harden archetype? Okay, first off, the Harden archetype has 6 people in it, and one of them is Lion.
I mean, that's fair, but then again, it depends on which route you're playing, because I'm going to be honest, one of Sacred Stone's biggest issues is the fact that it's a similar problem to Three Houses, honestly.
So Hardon is people that are possessed, basically. They also include Garen in this, which...
It depends on which route you're playing.
He's technically possessed?
I guess. That is fair. It's like...
I feel like this is another very loose archetype, to a degree. Because it's more like a plot point than an archetype.
Alongside that, if it shows up this little throughout the series, can it really be considered an archetype?
Yeah.
Because, like, Harden shows up in one game, technically, because it's the same, you know, it's the same game.
And some of these you don't hear much about. Also, filing Takumi under this is,
Julius
I guess...
is... honestly, I don't even know for sure if you can say Julius is exactly... Is he exactly possessed? I haven't finished Fire Emblem 4, so I've never really gotten to Julius, but, like... I mean, Julius is basically, like, specifically bred to be, you know, the one with the Volpetier blood.
Yeah. Well, we'll file Harden under,
and that's why
kind of coping.
And that's why genealogy is well known for it being the most incest-riddled Fire Emblem. It's the only Fire Emblem where you are explicitly told, or where you are explicitly incentivized to get people who have the same ancestors to have kids.
Possessed, which is a classic mistake. Some archetypes are based on their gameplay requirements. Very difficult to...
Lorenz? Was Jafar difficult to recruit?
I'm gonna be honest. The book 2 Lawrence made me so sad. I felt so bad because they got him killed in book 1.
Yeah, so gameplay-wise, this list is just supposed to be units that are overly difficult to recruit. You know what? I give them... Is it mentioned on here? It's not mentioned on here, probably because this was around the time Three Houses came out. They put Hilda in this section. Which, if you played Three Houses, Hilda's really fucking annoying to recruit for no reason.
It specifies Silver Snow.
Yeah.
Only on Silver Snow. I think that's mostly because you're technically locked into recruiting her, or like she won't join Edelgard no matter what.
Yeah. She's just really
that makes
annoying.
sense.
Who do we have in Sacred Stones? Dussel? Was Dussel difficult to...
I'm pretty sure Dussel's an auto recruit.
I thought he was. I know specific...
It's either that or you did...
If you do...
Dussel comes and he's freaking cracked, though.
If you do Erica's route, you get him for free. If you do Ephraim's route... Is it actually... I have to look at it because I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure Dussel... It's either Ephraim talks to him, or... And even then, he's cracked enough to where it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Let's see here. After the battle, Dussel agrees to accompany Ephraim's group to figure out what's wrong with the Empire and possibly a storm. If all of his cavaliers survive, they'll hand Dussel a Nightcrest and bid him farewell as they join Furlia's forces. Dussel can be sent to fight his Emperor in Chapter 14b, where he realizes that's too late for him. Okay, whatever.
Oh no, I remember Dussel's recruiting now. You just have to not fight him. If you don't fight him for a couple turns, he realizes that his nation is doing fucked up shit and he just immediately defects.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty likely that you're not gonna have to worry about him anyways, like...
You would have to be actively charging towards him in order to fuck it up.
It's not a difficult recruitment at all. I have no clue what you're talking about.
Do you remember Jafar's? Am I misremembering Jafar's?
Jafar's recruitment sucks.
Was it? It's been a long time.
Honestly, it's more of that whole chapter. Everybody hates that chapter. It's because the chapter is really difficult because it's hard enough keeping Zephyl alive. And Est. Oh god. Yeah, recruiting Jafar is difficult. Taronio!
You have to recruit Nino, and then you have to get Nino to talk to Jafar.
Yeah, and it's not like Jafar's an enemy unit, so you can kind of just rescue staff him away from the danger.
Yeah.
But then that makes Zephyl, like, potentially in danger. Again, Taronio does not belong on this list. Oliver is just say you have to know you have to know the specifics of recruiting him. Oliver recruits himself.
Yeah.
Honestly, the Oliver recruitment is unbelievably hilarious, in my opinion.
I'll be honest. I've never recruited Oliver.
No?
I don't know how I've never done it.
Do you know how you recruit him?
No. It's surprised.
You just put Raphael in his range, and then Oliver will walk up and talk to him.
I think I unironically bum rush him and kill him every time. I did not know he was even recruitable.
Taronio does not belong on this list, though.
Yeah. I don't know why he's on here.
She's just an enemy unit. You just have Ike talk to him. Dude, having the protagonist talk to a character in a chapter that isn't really all that difficult, where you are not pressed for time on the recruitment, that makes them very easy to recruit.
Oliver was forced into your army. I somehow have never recruited him on any of my friends.
Yeah, no, dude. If you have Ike talk to Oliver afterwards, Ike will just straight up go up to him and just be like, "Could you go join back with the bad guys?" Ike doesn't even want him around. He just forces himself in.
I've somehow never recruited him. Damn.
It's freaking great.
Usually recruit.
All right, we got Lena.
There's some great images of Oliver out there.
What's a Lena? Most members are female, always captured or held hostage by bandits or the enemy army, and require the player to rescue them to recruit them. Majority of this archetype also shares a strong connection to the Julian or Navarre character of their game. Gameplay-wise, Lenas are among the earliest recruited units in the game, as they serve as the primary healer.
Checks out, I suppose, though Laura is a very shifty example.
Yeah. I don't know. Sarah feels like kind of a iffy one. Maybe
why is Sarah on this list? She's just a cleric. Sarah, I'm pretty sure, just joins the team and... Hold on.
I could be forgetting Sarah's role.
Yeah, hold on. First... No, she just joins alongside Hector's group.
God, they improved Silke so much from Gaiden to Shadows of Valentia. I don't care if they anime a fighter; it's so much better looking.
Honestly, I don't think anything much was really lost when you compare Fire Emblem 2 designs versus Fire Emblem 15 designs.
And Lena,
you gotta remember, Fire Emblem didn't start really getting decent looking art until Mystery of the Emblem, and even then it was kind of eh.
I'll be honest, Laura is very forgetful for me, so I don't actually remember what she was like.
Laura just kind of joins the group. She gives the team a quest and joins the group. That's really all she does.
I'm willing to excuse this one as just early game female healer.
In that case, why isn't Mist on this list?
Fair play.
Recruited after they've been kidnapped, late game recruits.
So here's the est. The late game recruits that you had to work on.
Not nearly long enough.
But for the most part, do we kind of agree that the S list is... Yeah, it's about.
Let's see. I don't remember Jessie at all.
Fair. Was
it's like
Alicia really
Fireman.
that? To be fair, I don't remember her.
Alicia joins in like chapter 21 of 23. Yes. When I got her, I just dumped bonus XP in her, capped out her strength. She was a beast.
Oh yeah, Path of Radiance joins chapter 26.
Oh yeah, no, she joins like two or three chapters before the end game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, she's an extremely decent. She's really good because she has an infinite use brave sword.
I thought we got Nino a lot earlier. Shit, we didn't. It's chapter 26 as well.
Dude, Nino is one of those characters that, like, if you want to use her, you can. You just gotta remember, you're doing this because you like Nino.
Yeah, I guess that one was one I kind of forgot.
That is the absolute, like, that's the main thing I remember about the Est archetype.
Peleus and
You use these
Kurthnaga.
Peleus is...
He's a weird situation.
I wouldn't really say he's good enough to be an Est.
Well, because
Kurthnaga is 100% an Est, though.
Peleus actually belongs under the weird recruitment one, because not because his recruitment is particularly difficult, but because it's so easy to fuck it up. Like,
yeah, well,
just
honestly,
one wrong
no.
dialogue choice and he necks himself.
Honestly, the problem... Nah, he doesn't kill himself. He asks Micaiah to do it. It's just like, it has to be a third party. No other way. It has to be a third party. I want to die, but I also want to inflict maximum trauma.
Yeah, so somebody else is gonna have to do it for me.
I guess. I feel like I kind of had to put a little bit extra in the Kurthor and I used them. But
True.
that's kind of my opinion. Generally, though, use like a Laguz gem on him, chapter 1. Give him Paragon and Blossom.
True.
He's a nightmare afterwards. Or just give him steroids.
Could be good, but you have to work hard. Super low level.
Cliff. What is actually... Are they filing under a cliff?
Cliff.
Cliff is a villager character who... Oh, this is talking about Cliff specifically. I thought this was going to be... Yeah.
Based off of... So anyways, Cliff is a villager character left from village alongside...
Low-level units starting in the literal villager class or trainee class. While they are weaker than every other unit in the game in terms of starting stats, their most notable trait is their incredible stat potential, which is the result in incredibly high growth rates that makes them stronger units in the long run. So why isn't Amelia on this? They even put Ross on this.
I'm gonna be honest.
Does Amelia just get shafted entirely?
Donald especially, I feel like, is kind of an character, in my opinion. As far as, like, what his actual capacity is.
Yeah.
But then again, Balance and Awakening is non-existent, so really there can't be a realistic villager character in that game.
True.
Cyril is...
It's weird to put Ross on here, but not Amelia, because they kind of serve the... They're literally one of 3 units that all have the exact
Ross,
same
Ewan, and
thing.
Amelia, and I'm going to be honest, they should have had a triangle attack.
Yeah, because they're all journeyman units. They all literally serve the same purpose in their game.
Yeah, except they all like, I always made you in a summoner because I like having those little guys. Those little soulless guys.
Yeah, we had journeyman, recruit, and pupil.
Also, why is it specifically Cliff when in Fire Emblem Gaiden there were like 100 characters who are freaking villager class in that game?
Yeah, everybody is a Cliff. Literally everyone in the game is a Cliff.
Everybody at the start of the game is a Cliff.
And then it looks like what's weird about, and I don't know if you noticed this if you look at it, other than Cliff, the only other early Fire Emblem we get is Ross, and then it's 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
Wait.
Mozu from Fates. Faye from Shadows of Valentia.
I'd like to say that we could put Mist on this list for Path of Radiance, but in all honesty, that's definite no, because she does not get that good.
Yeah, these are all, like, other than Cliff and Ross, it's all new units.
This one feels like it's reaching. Also, keep in mind, Cliff most likely may have, if anything, would have started this list based on Fire Emblem 15 rather than 2.
I'll give them Donald. Donald can stay in here.
I don't think Donald ever really gets that good. But then again, I don't like Donald because of his stupid pot.
Donald only gets good because one of the skills he has, one of his passives, is actually really OP, and nobody else can have it.
This kids can have it, but yeah.
True.
Villagers that could also be good. And if you recruit one of the
Aaron and Samson. So this was the one we
talked about this one earlier.
Yeah, we got the Aaron and Samson
And I'm
down.
I don't think it's really that much of an archetype, honestly.
It feels like a reach.
It does. Feels like a reach.
these pairs, you can't get the other. Kind of like if two of your friends start dating and then have a really messy breakup. Cornelius's are usually the
Hector? I'm surprised they don't just have like a Lord unit section to itself.
Wait, Hector? What? Wait, what? What's this about Hector? Hector's Cornelius. Okay. Okay, sorry, we switched over there.
Yeah, we're in
He
Cornelius
did not
now.
give much time to that one.
So
what's
Cornelius's
Cornelius?
are parental figures to the main Lord of the game. We are
Fire Emblem 6 Hector.
Okay. More often than not, they're the monarch of a kingdom or otherwise a person of great importance to several people in the army. They are narratively killed in this. Does Hector die in 6?
Yes.
Shit, I can't. Damn.
It's pretty sick too, because he also is like the only example in early Fire Emblem where blood is shown.
Oh, fair.
Crazy stuff.
Majority of the time before the story starts or within the early chapters of the game, their killer is usually a member of the enemy army of the Lord of the game, fights for a majority of the game. Their death usually spurs the Lord character into action during the war. They are non-playable characters and only encountered as field NPCs or ally characters. They include Emmeryn on this, but I think you can include Emmeryn, or you can get Emmeryn later in the game.
Emmeryn dies. Emmeryn is a character who dies 2 deaths.
I understand.
The first is when she got that crippling brain damage, resulting in her having to be put in the home for the rest of her days.
I'm going to say this list is
Second
cope.
was when her heart stopped.
I'm going to say this archetype is also cope. Because
this one feels a little bit forced because it's just dead parents, basically.
It's dead parents, and like they include Fado from Fire Emblem 8, who is literally dead in the first like half a second. He says like 2 lines to you, and then he's gone.
He doesn't really spur anything on, and even then, Grail just outright. Well, then again, Raymond never makes an appearance.
I'll give you Emmeryn. Emmeryn's fine. I give you Hector because I like Hector. Elbert is, I guess, Elbert. He's more than fucking Fado. Makoto.
But then again, I think Hector dies pretty late in the game, though.
Doesn't Makoto die like in the first 2 chapters? She doesn't count because you just met her. I don't think she counts because in the lore of Fates, even though she's your mother, you literally just met her like 5 minutes ago.
I'm gonna be honest. That entire thing was so forced. Why on? I have no.
Geralt can stay, mostly because I feel like his death is actually kind of satisfying. As much as I hate Three Houses,
Lumera is just Mikoto too.
Yeah, I think she's more Fado. She's immediately dead.
She walks in, love bombs you because it's an abusive relationship, and then dies.
She does not stay.
Parental figure to the main character, and they have this nasty habit of getting axed super early on in the game. It's kind of like Fire Emblem doesn't know how to make interesting characters without making them suffer traumatic parental death.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
I hope you get kicked in the taco.
Dude.
Wait, he has a note for this? Fire Emblem does not actually know how to make interesting characters without making them suffer traumatic parental death.
Dude, fuck you.
You're an asshole.
What the? That is like one of the most reductive one. That's incredibly reductive. Like, unbelievably reductive.
Also, yes, characters in general in Fire Emblem are going to have to go through tragic deaths because it's a war. And it's not like
Also, you do realize this is an archetype of freaking, like, this is a very common narrative hook, by the way.
Somebody important to you dying.
This is the part where I get to throw in a joke, seeing as I've spoken for half an hour. Apparently there's deaths in war.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we're probably like drawing you out here because you haven't seen like a lot of these.
I'm gonna put it this way. Ike's character arc doesn't, like, yes, it hinges heavily on Grail's death, but he is rarely defined by it.
It doesn't happen at all in Rainy at Dawn, I don't think.
Well,
because he's already dead.
His dad's still dead.
And Micaiah doesn't have like family other than Soth, and Soth doesn't
Honestly,
die.
the only person who's like genuinely like carries Grail's death with them for the entirety of the Radiance games is Mist.
True.
Like, Mist is genuinely traumatized after that one.
This is just a dick move. They can't write a good character unless somebody dies. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, seriously.
Tacticians. Young
Tacticians.
traumatic parental death.
Blythe, really? Or Byleth, sorry.
I guess
That's more like protagonist character at that point.
Violet is the protagonist for all intents and purposes, though, of Three Houses. I'm gonna be honest. Though, in my personal opinion, I'll always stand by. They took the one character who I honestly would have liked to see say something, and they made them a silent protagonist.
Okay, so characters they put in this section are
So anybody who served as a tactician.
Oifi, Leywin, August and Dorius, Eugene, Merlinus and Elfin, Mark,
Merlinus?
Soren and Titania, Tiana, Robin, Maiko she's fucking from Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I'm surprised they included anybody from Tokyo Mirage Sessions on this list.
I'm surprised too, honestly, because it's kind of weird, honestly, seeing them in there.
Kieran from Heroes and Byleth from Three Houses.
It's like, honestly, kind of a generic
very
one.
coping for this one.
You're reaching because it's like...
I hate the fact that a mute is a tactician.
Same thing with Mark. Mark is also a mute.
Yeah.
I would have thought that they were gonna...
Guys, you don't understand. We can mind read him. He's telling us to go over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I thought this was just kind of referring to the main player characters, because you have Byleth, Robin, and Mark.
Specifically, it refers to the characters to the tactician character, which
This one's cope. I don't like it.
I don't like it because I feel like in general this is one of those things that's just going to appear. It's a game about war. Yes, there will be tacticians.
I have a question. Mizu and Shiroi, do all Fire Emblem games share the same cast? No. Typically Fire Emblem games come in 2s or 3s. and then they do a completely reset of who all we're talking about and what country we're even in.
Also, since we're on the list here, Ephraim is considered a genius tactician in Sacred Stones. Where's he on this list?
Yeah, he literally leads his army on these like guerrilla warfare campaigns.
Missions. Young female.
Lind.
So what are we saying about Lind? Appears the first recruitable female mage, but usually after or at the same time as the Merrick of the game. Lind's generally excel in fire or light.
You listen here. In Fire Emblem Sacred Stones, loot is the Merrick.
By the way, they put Nino in this section.
This one's cope. This one's cope.
I really like loot, by the way.
It is literally just female mage. Nothing more.
Yeah. Because they put Nino in it. I don't think Orochi counts.
Also, just gonna drop a quick Delphia is best girl. Anyways.
Fair.
Female mages. Young female healer.
What? Oh, there's your mist.
Oh yeah, but that's just generic healer archetype. I'm saying, you know. Anyways.
We can skip this one. It's just these are all just healers, which is fine.
Young male mages.
Oh, there's your Merrick.
Yeah, I think I went over the Merrick archetype earlier.
Fair enough.
I explicitly remember saying, why is it Ewan in here when loot should probably be in there?
I'm gonna sneak back an inch.
Sorry.
Further inch.
Thieves.
Dang! I forgot how much people really like showing off their thighs in Mystery of the Emblem.
Remember, Mystery of the Emblem was the game where nobody wears pants.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. It was peak aesthetics.
Yeah, nobody wears pants in Mystery of the Emblem. There's a joke that Martha's running around in his skibbies all game.
And we like this. We appreciate this.
That one actually we don't have to talk about. There really is just like one thief character in every game that's just like, well, this is your guy that opens chests. Have fun.
And you know what the best part is, Julian?
Yeah.
Useless. Because Martha already can open all the chests.
So what is George? Snipers? Because Archel is in there.
Wait, hold on.
It just says gameplay-wise, they're usually early or mid-game recruits. This one's
because that's
mega
not
cope.
Generic. That's not extraordinarily generic. Also, Nilsoninian is on this list. What?
They put Joshua and Archel together.
What?
Niles and Ninian.
Wait.
What even is
this archetype? What even is this archetype? Whoever's running the Fire Emblem wiki, the fandom wiki, delete this now.
Yeah, this one's gotta go. This is like you're smoking crack on this one.
This one is so vague. I feel like you could make almost anyone a George.
This is 90% of the game.
Georges do that thing where they pretend to be not important and then, surprise, I wasn't an old crow and I was a magical witch the whole time. Except they're not very good at hiding the facts that they're
okay, it looks like the definition here is just crap on here.
It's terrible.
Even then, it's still like, okay, whatever.
Creepy version of the Georges, the Tikis.
Oh, let's go.
The creepy version of the Georges. Yeah, no, this list hasn't updated at all. It's Tiki, Faye, Mur, Kurthnaga, and Naui. Can we not put Na in here? Like, I know it's their child, but still. I feel like Naui has to go with Na. But maybe I'm wrong on that one.
Honestly, this one feels a little bit,
I get why it's
kind
here.
of a bit vague.
Well, it's gonna just be the Menketes.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I get it to a degree.
Well, it's not even
Kurthnaga feels like a little cope.
specifically then. Naga's Shota.
Yeah, it still feels a little cope. Mostly because of how the beast races work in that game. It feels weird.
I still like Naga. I wish he was playable for longer.
Fair.
Seriously, the hype when you finally get him.
Myrrh will always be my favorite.
I love Myrrh.
She's adorable. This is just all the dragon lollies, though, chat. What's he gonna say? Oh, he already said all of it. I don't think he's gonna say anything else. He says this is the creepy section.
Usually they take the form of a small girl or adolescent, except they're really 400 years old and a god or a dragon, and I honestly do not have the time to unpack this bullshit.
Wow.
How do you feel about that, Shira?
Are we gonna go down that rabbit hole? I am.
How about you, Spiritor? You got any comments on that one?
The Tiki one?
Yeah.
Belongs.
My friend loves Tiki so much that if he saw that, he would probably have a stroke.
Dude, like seriously, freaking.
Not even from like a Tiki perspective.
Freaking elaborate at all.
Just like the lollies, they're creepy.
Also, by the way, just want to drop a quick thing here.
Yeah.
Tourist gatekept.
Fair.
These 29 archetypes.
And this is where he's going to start putting them in his own archetypes. So
I feel like every time there's these types of videos, they always take a jab at lollies, though. It's just like
every time.
Touristy thing ever. It's like that's how you instantly know they're like one of those annoying.
Also, it does look like
activists.
Since the release of this video, there have been some additional archetypes added, which, in all honesty, most of the archetypes are extremely arbitrary and kind of subject to change very easily. So I'm not really,
Yeah.
Are useful, but they only cover 229 characters. There are still 367 to go.
Yeah, let's get Amelia in here. For some reason, Amelia was not included in this. I don't know.
Poor Amelia. She deserved better. She deserved better.
If we keep this up, we're going to end up with 75 archetypes. The Commedia dell'arte only has about 17. So before we move on, let's combine some. These 6 are all mentors to varying degrees of usefulness. These are all defined by their villainy, and only some of them become playable. Welcome to Kane Siblings Incorporated, where we all have a sibling-like bond and do the same job. These all have very specific requirements for recruiting. These both do that thing where they don't seem important, and then surprise,
He's putting the Georges with the Tikis.
Wait, hold on. Tiki doesn't seem important. Tiki's introduction is literally as the scion of the divine dragon tribe.
Also, I would point out, I think all of the Menkedis come off as important because you get introduced to a character that turns into a fucking dragon.
Literally, the first thing that you typically encounter with these characters is by the way, is part dragon.
Yeah.
I'm important.
Kind of hard not to be important when that's the case.
Julian, and Cliff are all hard to make useful. Although Cliff, I think we agreed, was cope. Just absolute cope.
Yeah, Cliff is 100% cope because he appears so early in the game.
Good, but they're worth it if you put the effort in. These are all precocious little magic.
So I feel like everyone in here is just magic. If you were magic, you just got thrown into like one category.
Does magic? Does this include? I have no clue. It includes basically
the Navars unconnected, but that's because I'm changing the archetype to spicy swords, because we can include so many other characters if we just expand the definitions to any sword wielder who's a little spicy.
What?
Don't worry, as we get more characters, he's gonna start shoving them in places you ain't ever expected.
Can I start shoving this guy's hands in a blender?
Just wait till he gets to Tharja, who almost gets her own category by herself.
I honestly never understood the appeal of that character.
It's because you're a woman.
Mm.
Yeah, he's right.
I swear.
In fact, by combining these
Men
other
like
archetypes,
damaged products. And then we also like complaining about damaged products. So
And we also like to become the damaged product.
I guess that's
Yep.
why I guess that's why no one likes me.
Yeah.
After all, I'm a very well-adjusted individual.
the thing you need to understand is that men are simple creatures, but we're also retarded.
Exactly.
I thought that was typically how people referred to women.
I literally have a full-size Tharja piece on my shelf. It's one of the first figures I ever bought.
Mizu!
She's worth, I think, like over $1,000 now. If you can try and buy her secondhand.
Oh yeah, no, those are probably worth a ton these days. After all the
My Camilla figure's worth more than my car. I like to use that as a flex every time.
My Tharja is
Still
the
got
one where
my
she's leaning over on the bookshelf and it's got the red skull that comes with it.
I know the one you're talking about. I've seen it.
That's the one I want.
It's the first figure I ever got.
Dude, that's like one of the first Fire Emblem figures to ever be released.
Yeah, it is, pretty much.
I got it at Anime Expo. There was a booth selling it that brought it over from Japan. The Tharja figure with her butt out? Yes.
Yes.
I wonder how much that dragon stone is worth, honestly. Probably not a ton.
types, there are now tons of other characters who fit into these expanded definitions. We are left with 288 characters to categorize. But before I get there, I just want to commend Fire Emblem for having 596 playable characters and only repeating 3 names.
In the entire series of Fire Emblem, they have only repeated 3 names. Arthur, Kane, and Lorenz.
Wait, was Arthur truly repeated, or?
Yeah.
When I was hired for my first job at a climbing gym, I was one of 5 employees named Brian, and it was a small gym.
There's probably like at least like 3 people put on that role, by the way, for every Fire Emblem game. They just have this massive spreadsheet of names we cannot use.
I already used that one.
Easy to cut out repetitions when you use dope-ass names like Skrimir, Dagdar, Sloof, Fjorm, Belf. I could go on all day, but I won't, because it's time to get the rest of the archetypes on
Delph
the
gives
wall.
some hardcore Stoog energy.
That took like 30 minutes, but let's begin. The Honorable Knight, like
We have the Honorable Knight category.
So generic.
Yes.
So generic.
Don't worry, we've got 2 categories.
Fiona, who cares passionately about her people and will always oppose cruelty to civilians, which is way better than the Loyal Knight.
Basically, the difference is Honorable Knights are loyal to the cause, whereas Loyal Knights are kind of just loyal to the nation, regardless of the morals behind it.
Like Trude, who only is loyal to Pern and will do literally anything for him, even though Pern is a bad dude, but I'll get to that later. These 4 archetypes are calm and aloof, and the
So he put what looks like...
Are you really gonna make archetype? These aren't archetypes. These
They're
are character
personalities.
traits. They're the personality traits.
So now we have Collected, Reserved, Serious, and Cold. By the way,
Wait,
Nyx does not go in Cold.
Oh no. Nah, Nyx isn't exactly a cold character. She's just kind of a
Nyx is our
somebody who's been through a lot.
I had always thought about this for a while. Tatsumaki from One Punch Man is just green-haired Nyx.
That is fair.
They even look a little similar in like their proportions and the way their hair is styled.
You don't think when was One Punch Man made?
He might have seen Nyx and been like, you know what? Her.
Or maybe it could have been the other way around.
True.
If it was
only
made
thing
that
that
early.
differentiates them is how much you would want to invite them to your birthday party. I'm just gonna get the blank slate archetype out of the way.
This one is
Blank
stupid.
Slate is one of the worst archetype concepts I have ever heard of.
he's basically saying that these are filler characters that did not really have much thought put into them.
Also, Hawk was in one of the things earlier.
Yes.
Way now, because Fire Emblem is a game with permadeath, and so sometimes you just need more meat for the grinder.
There are actually a couple characters I would say belong in like a blank slate sort of situation, and it's the 4 characters at the beginning of Shadow Dragon that you have to lose like your entire army in order for them to show up. Do you remember that one?
I actually have not had. Wait, I can't remember that one.
There's 4 recruitable characters in Shadow Dragon. The only way to get them is if you lose almost every character in your army before like chapter 4.
Oh, I never actually. You know, it's funny. I never did that because I never had it in me to just intentionally kill characters.
Yeah, you have to sack like half your team, and because of that, they're not very special. So you'd be sacking half your team for 4 uninteresting like cavaliers.
Ugh. Terrible.
Now, similar to the blank slate is the
This is the one that upset me. Because he said blank slates are similar to... Here's what he has to say about protagonist.
protagonist, which is always relatively heroic, but since they're a conduit for the player, they're all pretty vague.
Fuck you.
The only character that fits this is Byleth. Even Robin has more characterization.
Is the only character who is it, and I guess Chris, if you want to be particularly spicy, but there are no Actually, no, Chris wasn't even technically a protagonist.
Also, a Fire Emblem fan would have just called it the Lord unit.
Yeah, they would have just called it Lord.
Like, everybody calls it Lord because Lord units typically get their own class to themselves at some point in the game.
One of the things that I hate about this so much is the fact that this is so unbelievably backhanded.
Yeah.
It's so backhanded. As a Fire Emblem fan, it's extremely backhanded.
Also,
that's the only way I can describe it.
I don't know if you see it in the back here, but this is Tharja's category. the what the fuck?
What? She's just a yandere.
Yeah,
That's how you know this guy. That's how you know this man is a tourist.
There's a category to the right of his shoulder called "What the fuck," and there's only 3 people in it.
This man has never watched an anime that didn't appear on Toonami.
I realize that by smushing them all together into one category, I've made the majority of the Fire Emblem roster in Super Smash indistinguishable. But that's not my fault. Super Smash should have included more magic babies. Arrogance, hotheads, and edgelords all have a mean side, but arrogance like Vaiki just think they're the best. Hotheads like Caspar want to fight.
These are ones I don't know what he's talking about with some of them. Because, like, he puts Inez under arrogant, but Inez isn't arrogant. He's competent. And he just happens to be the only competent one in his family because everybody else he was related to is retarded.
Yeah.
That's not arrogance. He just is that guy.
He's just that guy. Alright, he's just that guy.
Anything that moves, and edgelords like Niles.
Niles isn't really an edgelord either.
Also, Perry is honestly no worse than Tharja, I feel like.
I didn't like Perry.
Fair.
She feels like
I'm not really a big fan of her
tried
either.
to remake Harley Quinn. She feels like pandering.
A lot of Fire Emblem characters will find that issue though sometimes. Wait. Chi-Chi's an edgelord?
I didn't like the edgelord category. I feel like he was basing it off how they look more than who they are. And it's because I don't think he knows who any of these characters are.
Chi is like, she's actually really wholesome though. Is it like?
Yeah. I really think he just
frick?
kind of skimmed the wiki to get some details about them. Because, like, anybody who is actually making this list that played Fire Emblem probably wouldn't even make this category.
Also, Dimitri would probably fall under protagonists, but whatever.
Unironically, a lot of these characters have rough childhoods.
Cheerful despite circumstances. And this is where he puts Amelia. Which, I mean, I guess she is a child soldier, but I don't know. She seems pretty chipper when you meet her.
Honestly, she's excited. She's excited to join the war.
Yeah.
Hoods, but then turn out cheerful despite that. And then there's the inferiority complex archetype.
Thoughts on inferiority complex?
It feels reductive.
Yep.
It feels like we're really trying to boil a character down to a single personality trait.
This is more like people who have little brothers, or people's little brothers, for most of this.
And look, I get this. I get that most of this is probably for the sake of humor. I really don't care though.
I genuinely didn't like this video when I saw it.
Hands, blender, now.
Type, which I could have just called the majority of children in Fire Emblem Fates. Perfectionist.
I don't think he's played Fates.
Mischief makers and flirts are all highly motivated, but Tsubaki is motivated to meet high.
So for Perfectionist, we have Cordelia, which I was kind of iffy on. Tsubaki, I don't really think is a... Yeah, Tsubaki's a bit of a perfectionist. But
wait,
again, he's more like
you could put Pram?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Pram would fall under blank slate. What are you talking about?
Pram had a personality?
Yeah, he does. Seriously, dude, Pram is like an afterthought of an afterthought.
Yeah.
It's like one developer, one person in the writing room is just like, hey guys, what if Ike wasn't gay? And then just like another, and then like the most, and then like the one guy in the room with just just like the.
How do you care about Flora?
You know,
I'm same with that. How do you care about Flora, Cordelia? I think we both agree Pram is not a character.
Ryoma? I don't think I'd really say Ryoma's he doesn't really feel like a perfectionist. That feels a little bit
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd say if anything, protagonist.
Yeah. He'd kind of slot in there.
Claude is motivated to make intricate.
They're the mischief makers. And he puts Anna in here. And I don't know I would put Anna in here.
Maybe because she's a trickster in some of her classes.
We also have to think, this was made when Three Houses came out. So Lolly Anna did not exist yet.
You know I would have had something to say about that one.
True.
Mischief maker, it's like, I mean, Anna's a dirty capitalist, but that's really all she's got going for her. I'm gonna just call her a mischief maker.
No, this really is just the trickster class then, isn't it? Because Heather was a rogue.
Kaden.
Because you get Anna as a trickster, I'm pretty sure.
Heather was a lesbian. That's her personality.
Kaden was a kitsune. He was the fox boy from Fates. Who was Shannon again? Did I forget that one?
I think
Shannon's Thracia.
Yeah, she was. I haven't played Thracia yet, so I gotta.
They're also they're a sword master. I don't know if they.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Whatever.
Schemes, and Sylvain is motivated.
Flirts. They put Charlotte in here. Charlotte does not go in here. I say this as a Charlotte stan. She's not a flirt. I recall
you saying explicitly she's a gold digging whore
with an anger problem.
She doesn't actually love you, but if you you can kind of loosen her up, I suppose.
I would loosen her up for sure.
I think you're too poor.
I definitely am. I like Charlotte mostly for the reason that she's a berserker class or a fighter class. which is not normally given to women. It's
Yeah, that was one of those things about Fates. It gave a lot of classes to character genders who don't really, usually get them.
yeah. She was one of
Honestly, it's the only Fire Emblem I think where you have male Pegasus Knights as well.
Yeah, because they really don't give fighter to women, basically ever. Charlotte was one of the few ones that did. However, Charlotte, I also think, is a fantastic example of, Fates has no clue how to do their supports, because almost everybody should hate Charlotte, that at least knows what kind of person she is. But they have to twist everybody's like morality to start liking Charlotte. And even like Charlotte herself has to twist so she's less of a gold digging whore in a bunch of people's S supports. Where she's like, oh, I actually do really love this person. No, Charlotte, you're a gold digging whore and a bitch. Act like it.
I guess Charlotte can't turn around and suddenly start actually loving someone.
No, she has to remain a gold digging whore and a bitch.
You know what? I will be honest.
Sometimes it's good
I
to just be
prefer her.
consistently a bitch.
Yeah.
I agree that if Charlotte does suddenly start loving someone, I agree that actually is a problem. Because I agree. She's best when she's a gold digging whore and a bitch.
I will give it to some of these. Like, he has Soleil in here, who is a raging lesbian.
Yes. Yes. That one checks out. That one checks out.
Inigo. Yeah.
Who is her dad?
What's funny is Soleil can't have any gay relationships in her game. There was a meme that was going around at the time.
She wasn't even the femcorin S support, was she?
She wasn't. There is
that was Rajat.
There's a meme that went around for Fire Emblem Fates that is just Soleil like covered in rainbows, and somebody saying, "Holy shit, girl, you're gayer than this game's actual gay option."
That's 'cause she is. Like, seriously.
They also censored her in the Western version.
It's kind of weird when you think about it, honestly. Typically, you'd think that Japan would honestly be a little bit worse. But then again, actually... Wait, hold on. Actually, I think... Wasn't the thing that she was actually, that they actually made her gayer in the Western version?
So what they did is Soleil's, one of her
Like,
S
her
supports
archetype...
is supposed to be a potion that lets her not be scared of men. Because the reason she comes off as so gay is she is deathly afraid of men for some reason.
She gets it from her mother.
Yeah.
Or grandmother, sorry.
So in one of her S supports, they give her a potion that makes her not afraid of men, and people were saying it was gay conversion therapy. So that just doesn't happen anymore. Oh, which is
Friggin'
cringe.
weird. Also, just have one complaint I want to note since we're on the topic here. The fact that Inigo doesn't have pink hair as his canon design shows that Intelligent Systems is a bunch of cowards.
He actually looks good with the pink hair.
Makalov Master Race.
To be a fuckboy. Buzzkills are just characters that aren't very fun.
I wonder where Makalov is going to be.
I do kind of I'll let Buzzkill slide, because all of these characters kind of do feel like your dad.
I guess. It's also, like I said, these are all very generic.
Grandpa on the top of the screen doesn't want you to bang his, I forget now, is it daughter or sister?
Sister.
Actually his daughter.
Is it his daughter?
Yeah, Flint, he says it's his sister. That's them doing gay ops. Flint is actually his daughter.
Look, all I know about their relationship is there is a really good 3D rendered hentai about it.
Oh no.
After this stream, you have to share it to me.
Oh, I mean, you can look it up. It's called Battalion Management.
Well, there you go.
I remember it well.
Fun to talk to. And Fire Emblem, I will never
No,
forgive you
said
for
it this
naming
part dragon. That's why he looks so young.
There.
an unemotional, uber-religious, deadbeat dad, Gilbert.
No, Gilbert looks like a Gilbert.
I remember nothing about Gilbert.
Of course, but he does look like a Gilbert.
He
Even
does.
Gilbert doesn't even know anything about Gilbert.
It also doesn't help that I look like
He looks so
Hanneman White.
disappointed in me.
But yeah, he points out that he literally looks like
Also,
Hanneman.
Why is he suddenly pointing out a lot of Three Houses stuff?
Yeah. Three Houses is the only thing he knows about.
Oh god, am I a buzzkill? A lot of these archetypes are based around one singular personality trait. Scarlet straightforward.
I like how he doesn't mention that Scarlet gets fucking killed in every route.
For what it's worth. Wait a second. Cinnamon Roll! It's an archetype.
True. Cinnamon Roll would be
Cute
good.
character that only ever has horrible things happen to them.
Well, fair.
Valbar's chill.
The chill one is coping.
Let's see.
Kamui, Valbar, and Karagi.
I'm pretty sure. Huh. Yeah, they're really. Yeah, that's a reach.
Linhart's lazy.
Lazy is eh. They're like, because there's some characters in Final Fantasy that you can be like proper lazy, but then most everybody is like, yeah, they just kind of don't want to go to war, which is fair.
Yeah, where's Gateguard in the chill category?
Yeah.
Sumia's clumsy.
I kind of iffy allow clumsy. Because there are a couple characters that, like, literally every support they have is just them tripping over shit.
For what it's worth, that is basically Sumia's entire personality. And yet, I'm pretty sure she is the canon...
She's the Karen Crom marriage.
Yeah, which is... Okay, whatever.
When she fell on his dick, he couldn't say no.
You were 3 seconds ahead of me on that joke.
You're fair there! And I was like... Apparently the feeling was mutual, but you know, whatever.
Petra's a sweet.
I don't
Sweetie.
think Petra goes in here.
Sweetie. That's what we're going with? That's what we're giving.
Petra would be better off in a category for, like, foreign dignitaries, or, like...
I had a horrible joke for Petra just then.
Do it. Go for it.
They should have had the illegal immigrant section.
That's where I was going with it. It's like, there should be a section for people... There needs to be a section for people, like, from different countries. Because there is a
And
character
then there should be a
that's-
support where Edelgard is calling ice. I just want to get cancelled.
They said it, not me.
Petra, you better hope I never see you in my country or I'll have the guard deport you.
And Ranulph is a furry.
And then they just have a furry section. Which is basically just Radiant Dawn and Path of Radiance.
I'm just gonna drop this fuck you again.
It's okay, we know you like the furries.
You can't freaking just boil all these characters down like that. You freaking swear.
Where's the Cunny section? We already did the Cunny section. He didn't like the Cunny section.
Dramatic.
The
painter,
Cunny
and
section is the
fashionable as a
best section.
So he's including these all in one category,
Dan
sort
is
of.
dramatic? Or Dev Dan, whatever you want to call him.
He's trying to say that they're all like theater kids, basically.
I still genuinely do not know why he changes his name in Radiant Dawn. That will be forever.
Vogue should be on the
Forever.
White Girl Dream section. True.
Defined by their love of the arts and
For
how
what
much it
it's worth.
sucks that they gotta be a soldier instead. Some archetypes
Vogue
upset
is
the
almost scarily perfect.
Yeah.
status quo by
Like he almost
defying
fits the
gender roles.
archetype perfectly.
So what do you think about this category, which was definitely the liberal category?
Defying gender Zane? Zane is just I don't really think Zane is explicitly really much of a femboy or anything like that. Zane's just literally anybody who's vaguely smug given shape-shifting abilities.
I think I didn't recognize Ejel because I don't think I've ever seen her with black hair.
Fate.
Awakening.
Yeah.
She
Was
is
it a
Sully's daughter.
Oh god.
Did I
no
just
wonder
never
didn't
marry
remember who
Sully
it
to
was.
anybody?
For what it's worth, I really don't like Sully.
And Tanya's from
Wait,
Thracia.
where's Sully on this list?
Yeah, they put her daughter, but they didn't put Sully.
Also, Tanya?
Tanya's from
remember that one.
Thracia.
Ah, makes sense.
But looking at her, she's just like a woman in pants.
How scandalous.
She is a tomboy that grew up among brigands. She's the daughter of
Okay.
Dagdar.
100%. You know, this guy saw the keyword tomboy, and that's it.
I guess. Because she doesn't look like particularly gender like ambiguous. She's just
he
a
looked
girl
at
in
Zane's
pants.
design. He looked at Zane's design, and he looked at and Tanya read like the first sentence in Tanya's bio on there, and that was it.
Sully's under Christmas Cav. That's what I thought. But if he's moving people around, I would have thought he would have shoved Sully over here. You know what one is also weird? I have to make sure it's the right name. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, so under fashionable, he put Forest instead of
What?
under gender norm destroyer.
Wait.
Literally 2
Hold on.
seconds ago, in the previous
Dude.
category, he put Forest in
Me
fashionable.
too. I got my schizo post for this one.
You do. Also, really
He
quick.
100%. He didn't realize Forrest is a dude.
So, chat, for people who haven't seen Forest before, this is Forest, who went under fashionable and not
we
gender
love
norm
Forest.
destroyer.
We love Forrest.
Forest is a male.
Absolutely love Forrest. I am so disappointed he did not have a unique design for the maid class or for the butler class. By the way,
Yes, this would be like
they should have had him wearing the maid dress in the butler class. That disappointed me so much.
Yeah, it's the son of Leo, which
Yeah, and then Leo's just perpetually, disappointed in his son.
So Forest, if he was going to put anywhere, was under here. Although I've noticed all 3 of these are tomboy characters.
Zane's a dude.
Zane is it? What? Looked like
Yeah.
Zane was a female.
Nah, he was he's a divine he was a former divine dragon.
Oh, fair.
I think so. Dang it! Now you got me all right.
No, you're right. I looked at it because it refers to him as he all the way through here.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was tomboyish girl.
I don't know where the shape-shifting abilities came from. Yeah, no, seriously, Zane looks like, at worst, he's got, like, maybe vaguely that Shota aesthetic, though not even really that.
Yeah.
I mean, he transforms into Tiki from time to time to mess with her, but...
He's
Gender
pro
norm
tomboy
destroyer?
erasure. Kind of seems like it.
By calling out the noble class, that's why they're
Yeah, he made a class called Comrade. By the way, Dorothea annoys me because she's basically just a massive hypocrite. Because she hates the noble classes, but she wants to get dicked down by like a rich dude.
Classic.
The other characters, whatever. This is just his cope class of these are the communist characters.
Half of these characters do not recognize half of them.
Yeah.
Their comrades. Child soldier. Karen is canonical.
By the way, Amelia did not go in this category, even though she's like 12.
And keep in mind, as a Fire Emblem fan, we love our child soldiers here.
To be fair, most of the cast is child soldiers. Even a lot of the lords are like 15, 16 canonically. They're not exactly old people.
Wait. See? What?
Oh, Keita?
Isn't...
Is there a different Keita?
Is that the one I'm thinking?
I thought she was older.
Dude looked at her Fire Emblem 1 artwork and said, "Yeah, that's a kid." That's I think what it is.
She was in Tokyo Mirage Sessions? I don't even remember. Damn.
For what it's worth, the designs are kind of hard to tell. Like, dude looked at her Fire Emblem 1 artwork, and that's it. That is all he did. Calling it there.
Apparently in Shadow Dragon, she's canonically 14. In
Even then,
Mystery of the Emblem, she's 18, so Mystery of the Emblem is 4 years later.
I don't think Martha's exactly an adult in the first Fire Emblem either, though.
I'm pretty sure he's not. Do they have a canonical age for him?
Probably.
Marth. He's also 14.
Yeah.
And then he goes to... How does his ages differ from Keita's?
For somebody so young, he should not be showing so much leg.
Yeah.
Scandalous.
I like how every game after the first one, they gave him pants. They were really concerned about that no-pants thing.
It was seriously just the aesthetic of Fire Emblem 1.
Technically 14 years old. Whoopsie! But even if they aren't a child, they could still be naive.
Naive. They put Emma, Alyssa, Selkie, and Fur.
That's kind of forced.
Definitely forced.
Also, why is Erica not on this list?
Oh, Selkie was Kaiden's daughter. She wasn't naive. She wasn't any more naive than any of the other child characters who, by the way, had never... You ever think about that in Fates and in Awakening? Is like all the child characters had like accelerated growth. So most of them are
well, in Awakening, they grew up normally, just in a dystopian future.
Fair.
In Fates, it was
accelerated growth in the other dimension.
Significantly more morally dubious.
Could you imagine seeing your parents like once a year and like no other time? And that's how you grew up? Just Andrew's a child soldier now.
All I'm saying is, maybe Forrest would have been a bit more normal if his dad wasn't freaking absent all the time.
Out to get milk.
Forrest is just over here like, I had to do what I needed to survive.
And some of them come out at the same age as their parents. So that's got to be weird.
I wish Fates didn't do.
Sorry,
all the kids stuff. I just hated the way Fates did the whole kids thing because they had to force the whole bubble thing.
Dude, I mean, like, when you really sit down and think about Fire Emblem Fates, it is so morally questionable what they do.
Couldn't they just pump out babies and constantly send them to the other world to make an army?
Yes. Yeah. They don't because they're the good guys, and that would be morally questionable. As opposed to the morally questionable nature of, not being around
doing it to begin with.
Letting your kids grow up like that.
Old enough to count, old enough to be a child soldier.
He knows how it is.
It's all right,
Imagine
Timmy, I know you're 6 months old, but here's your spear. Now get out there and start killing.
If you can pick up a gun, you can burn down a village. Let's go.
Imagine serving under your lord, and 9 months later, he's banging your daughter that you gave birth to 5 months ago.
You know, it's weird in Awakening, inadvisable in Awakening. It's even worse in Fates.
Wait, can't the main protagonist date some of the kids?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's just...
You can marry Lucina.
Yeah, you can marry Lucina.
Yeah, but that kind of,
dude,
I feel like that's
gotta be-
more okay-ish because she's like kind of grown up normally.
Fair.
And then she's meeting kind of like an
Yes.
idol in her eye. But with Fates, it's like, look, we genetically bred these kids. By the way, I'm the main protagonist. I'm going to breed with them as well.
But canonically in Awakening, you are Crom's best friend. So do you not think there's like, bro, my fucking daughter?
As my friends like to say, just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't score.
like you know, like freaking, you know, it's just like, God, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Which brings around the overprotective archetype, which is
It's just the mommy characters.
just essentially helicopter parents. Manuela is
They should just
constantly
named it
drinking
Mills.
and flirting and
No, that's
just
the sad
being a hot
category.
mess, and I love her for it. And that makes her the president of vices, the vice president.
Boo!
But yeah, this is the category of the people that are just out getting shit-faced all the time.
I feel like Shion is so much more than just an alcoholic. I'm just saying.
I mean, fair.
Also, Makalov checks out.
I think
Checks
Manuela
out.
fits it the best. 'Cause she,
I don't know, dude. Makalov is like just an absolute, just awful.
he's a mess, but you have to think with Manuela is she's constantly walking around making her mess everybody else's problem, which is why she's a hot mess.
Oh, that's fair. I never really paid much attention because
Makalov is a functional alcoholic.
Well, he's not just an alcoholic. His problem is mostly gambling.
Also fair. Who is Randall?
My personal favorite is how he somehow manages to hook up with a young noblewoman who is more than willing to finance his vices.
I would have never guessed Randall. Because he's a DLC character for Echoes. Other than that, he only appears in the Fire Emblem card game.
That's probably a reach.
It's Fire Emblem Zero Cypher. I've never heard of it. It came out in 2015.
If this guy reaches any harder, his arm's gonna pop out of socket.
Yeah, so admittedly, Randall, I would have never known who he was. I don't think I played the DLC for Echoes.
The Cypher characters are kind of weird. They weren't bad or anything. They just existed, though.
Fair.
But be careful not to do that around someone like Astrum, who is constantly accusing people.
So we have the Narc category, which should have just been in the Buzzkills.
Yeah, I'd say Buzzkills. That's overlap, man.
Of treason for no good reason. There's a lot of characters in the meek.
This one is super dumb. Because this is just any of the quiet characters. They're not particularly... None of these people are particularly murderous. They're just quiet and they're forced into the military.
Why is Dorothea in there?
I don't know why Dorothy is in there. I don't know why Nephany is in here. Nephany's actually pretty talkative and she's like a country hillbilly.
Yeah, no, Nephany's entire deal is that she has a really, really thick accent and she is afraid of people figuring that fact out about her.
Yeah, in the southern version, when she's alone with like her friends, she talks in a really strong southern accent.
But everyone loves Nephany.
Yeah, she's great.
Nephany's great.
But this category doesn't make any sense if you played any of the games. The only character that even fits like this archetype he's trying to do is Bernadetta, who is 3 houses.
And Bernadette is just, yeah, kind of a mess in that regard.
A lot of porn of her too.
I imagine a fair bit of it involves her being tied to a chair, but
Yeah, no, that's true. Or to the bed.
Murderer
okay,
archetype
Frida,
because
she needs to understand. She needs to know her place.
Exactly.
Fire Emblem loves to make characters that are quiet and shy and really self-conscious and then can wreck shop on the battlefield. Here's an archetype I call What the Fuck, and it's the 3 characters that make me say, what the fuck, Fire Emblem? People like Pern, who is said to be a sweet Robin Hood type, except he does kidnap a young girl and keeps her as his slave.
Thoughts?
Based.
Based.
Wait, hold on. What's the name?
Pern.
Pern?
I'm guessing he's a Thracia character.
Looks like Thracia, yeah. Let's take a look here. Pern's playable character. 24
It's Pern with an E.
advantage. Got him. Group of good ninja thieves in deck. Okay. First piece in Repertory attempts to advise Salem against standing as sentry for the Dandelion Bandits hideout. He eventually lets Salem do as he wishes. Parn later heads the defensive Dandelion Bandits hideout in storm. Goes to support. I'm not really seeing much here. Okay.
Pern kidnapped
Then again,
Tina
Tron-
and kept her as a slave, forcing her to use her unique thief staff to steal for him. In order to convince her to do his bidding, he'd often scare her by dangling various insects in front of her face, causing her to obey out of her fear of bugs.
That's peak. Oh my god, that's peak.
If you get she's recruitable by 3 different characters, but if you have a character called Laura recruit him, she will immediately promote into dancer, which is a
Oh yeah.
horrendous way to give out the dancer class, by the way.
Yeah, I remember Thracia had a really weird and specific way of getting dancer.
That is worse than 3 houses by a mile.
Or Tharja, who practices curses on her own daughter.
Based.
My kind of woman.
Insert the Mechanicus line, I guess. I don't know.
I could just, yeah.
Yeah, we gotta
It's
make him
Tharja.
stronger, you know?
She's just beefing up her daughter, you know?
Look, a few magical steroids never hurt anyone. They did, however, reduce sanity a great deal, but that's a small price to pay in the name of ultimate power.
Exactly.
Or Roger, who is actually, he's not actually that bad, but Fire Emblem does go out of their way to make his end screen say that he never gets a date and he stays single for the rest of his life. And
So he says that this is the reason why. There's numerous characters like this. In Sacred
Yeah.
Stones, one of the Cavaliers, regardless of who you marry, who they get married to at the end, it'll say something like, his wife was well known throughout the land, but nobody really remembers his name, and he was quickly forgotten by the annals of history. Like, even in his own prologue, it will refuse to use his name. He's way worse than Roger.
Poor guy.
If he doesn't get married to anybody, it just says something like, we're pretty sure he's still alive, but nobody's seen or heard from him ever, or at least they don't remember him if they have.
Okay. Dingus just mentioned something, and I'm gonna probably forget about it the moment that I look away from the screen. Kellum. If Kellum is on any of these, I'll be disappointed.
I forgot Kellum is also one of those that he's constantly forgot about, which is ironic.
And it's like, what the fuck, Fire Emblem? You didn't have to do him dirty like that. The next archetype is called Actually Pretty Interesting. These characters are three-dimensional and well-developed. People like Libra, who struggles with his faith and has incredible self-doubt even though he's doing all...
I actually didn't like Libra as a character.
Honestly, Libra never really hit that much for me.
Yeah, he says actually pretty interesting. For me, Libra feels very generic.
Libra's just, I don't know, he's just a pretty guy. We have Sephiroth for that, though.
Exactly.
All he can to help those around him. Or Reese, who dreams of being a sword fighter.
No. Reese is boring as fuck.
Yeah, no, he's... Yeah, no, not that interesting, honestly.
Fighter, but his
out of all the girl mercenary characters, he was always the most forgotten.
Exactly.
Because Mist is significantly cuter.
Won't allow him to become one, and so he helps in the ways he can, but his whole story is one of unfulfilled dreams. And that's it. Those are the only two interesting characters in Fire Emblem. Until we get to Raphael.
Man, this guy's lame.
Yeah.
You know for a fact this dude read like basic synopses on the wiki.
And training and not about studying. The thing is, the Fire Emblem world has moved past himbos and bimbos. Welcome to the age of thembos.
K. Y.
Welcome to the age of
S.
So there's our thembos. He put Gilliam in here.
Gilliam?
No idea what he's talking about.
Also, wouldn't Dazla just be under Loyal Knight? He kind of makes sense to be there, honestly.
Chat, let me pull... Because Gilliam is one I know well, because Sacred Stones was my shit. This is Gilliam. This is who he's saying is a thembo. I liked Gilliam as a character. No idea what the fuck he's on about. If Gilliam would have been in a category for knights.
Oh, wait, he's got Meg in there. Let me tell you, Meg is absolutely incredible. We love Meg.
She is... Actually, she would be, in my opinion, up in the flirts category that he made.
Honestly, though, she only has eyes for Zayark.
Yeah, but she wants to get dicked by Zayark so bad.
Yeah, Zayark was promised to her by her father, so, you know. I really like how Braum just straight up decided one day he just went up to Meg and was just like, you know, I had this old friend who I met in the war, and you're gonna marry him. Never consulted Zayark.
So here's one that only exists if you played the translation, which is Effie, who in the translation for some reason was turned into a muscle girl, which is cringe and gay. In the Japanese version, she's actually really meek and quiet. In the English version, she's just, oh, muscles, pump iron. I hated
Probably
it.
because they wanted to make her less sexist.
I mean, she's wearing like bright pink fucking armor.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I freaking hate the aesthetic of the general and knight class in Fates and Awakening.
What game was Kellerman?
Awakening.
I hate the armor from that game more.
Honestly, they both look the same to me. My main point is
Shiroi.
Yeah, no, they would.
Shiroi.
Yes, I know. I'm saying the in-game models. The in-game models are about the same, though.
I give you that. The in-game models are about the same. I'm just saying the armor on they did for them is so fucking stupid.
It looks terrible, dude.
I don't know what crack this guy was on when he designed this.
Dude, I'm just over here like, dude, the last fully rendered 3D Fire Emblem game featured the martial class.
Yeah.
They got questionably sized pauldrons right. And then you got this.
Sacred Stone still has the best general. Don't care what anybody says. I love this little dorky guy.
Oh, we love. Oh no, yeah, 100%. As far as like generic designs go, peak.
And for some reason, for the axe and the spear, he just like no arm swings it with a chain.
Throws it at them. He just throws it at them and pulls it back with the chain. It's metal. It's so metal.
No, with both, he doesn't even throw it. His arm doesn't move. He like shoots it out like a gun. It's such a funny animation. I love it. And if you get an Amelia one, you get her in bright pink, and it's hilarious.
100%.
Yeah, I used Amelia as a general so much that I did not know she had a unique Cavalier sprite.
Yeah, long hair.
It's just one I didn't know.
There. 45 archetypes to help you differentiate the 596 Fire Emblem characters.
Yep.
If you're a gosh dang rocket scientist, 45 is still too much. We can combine these. We'll take.
So all he's gonna do now is he's just gonna make a joke of combining them into something stupid. But we're past the main part. I mean, you said you know it's a joke video, but I still hate it.
I know I agree. I know it's a joke. I hate it too. So much. So much.
Look how Kellen first appeared, nobody attacked him. Yeah.
It's just easy to forget.
But no, it's just one of those things where it's a dumb joke. I don't like it. I think your joke is stupid. Welcome.
My problem is there's no realistic discourse going on here, and in all honesty, fake fan.
Yep. And these are the people deciding the direction Fire Emblem is going.
Yep. These are the people who have deprived us of our dragon lilies for the past ever.
It's time to make Fire Emblem great again. Bring back incest and lollies.
Yes. It's necessary.
Preferably at the same time.
Yeah. We can have two dragon lollies that have sex with each other. On the middle of the battlefield.
And suddenly it's not even a Fire Emblem game anymore, screw you. You know, I don't even want a Fire Emblem game.
Is Shiroi taller than you? I don't think we have like a specific... Chat, I'm just eyeballing it when I put us up here.
Ah, fair. I am...
Honestly, I'm surprised we went as long as we did. I didn't expect us to.
I'm about 4 hours past my bedtime.
Well, chat, I'm gonna send you guys away for the night. Do you two have anything else you want to add?
We need to get Ice to deport Petra.
Fire Emblem is dead and the normies killed it.
True.
Agreed.
I agree with that.
Based.
I'm gonna look at Fortune's Weave when it comes out, and if it looks anything like Three Houses, I'm not even gonna pirate it.
I'll end up getting it.
I just don't want to, I just don't want to go through the process of, I don't want to make the risk pirating. I don't want to deal with all the stuff trying to make that work. And I don't even want to even get a Switch 2 to do it legally. It's just, it feels like I'm going to have to just tap out on this one.
Yeah. This could be my last.
Speaking, Engage killed all momentum for me. I actually was vaguely hopeful for Fire Emblem after Three Houses.
I wasn't. 3 houses killed momentum for me.
I just know as a fact they will screw up the translations.
Oh no, the translation's gonna be fucking dog shit.
For what it's worth, though, so far, I'm not really that interested in Fortune to Weave, regardless.
Yeah.
I'm just curious what they're going to do with Sylphius.
Okay, I don't think it can be a prequel to Three Houses because we have a dragon bone weapon appearing in the game.
Yeah.
And I don't know if
Yeah.
that technology existed prior to Three Houses.
I don't
before
believe so, based on all the lore videos I watched.
Yeah, based on, because again, the only way to do it is you have to kill an Abatean and then use their bones, their blood, and the crust stone to make the weapon.
Yep.
I'm hoping it's a sequel.
It's most likely going to be a sequel, in which case there's going to be problems.
True.
If it's a sequel, you have the issue of either it's set so far in the future that nothing matters.
I think that's potentially what they could do, especially
Also,
now that you've got adult version of Sylphius.
Adult Sothis is a crime, and in my opinion, whoever did that should be freaking crucified.
I'm telling you, they're getting rid of all the lollies. They're trying to...
In my opinion, Adult Sothis does not have the same charm. It doesn't matter if she acts the same, loses all of it.
It really doesn't, yeah.
It's not the same. No, there are some implications in the trailer, apparently, that do give the impression of a sequel.
New game is going to retcon some things? Probably.
Keep in mind, Sothis' physical form doesn't actually exist.
You know why I actually think it is a prequel, not a sequel?
Why's that?
I think they're too much of a bitch to commit to the idea that any plot line in Three Houses is the correct one.
I think.
And if, no matter what they do, they have to confirm or deny if Edelgard won, which inherently confirms or denies one of them being correct.
Honestly, they should totally do that. Just go sequel, be like, yep, Edelgard was right, that's the canon route.
I think they're too scared to do it. I think it'll be a prequel, so they don't have to admit that one choice was correct or not.
Either way.
Not everybody.
I'm kind of done at this point.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. I got some lawtism for you guys. Got some people yelling in court and yelling at police officers.
Well, fun.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.